Good afternoon, everybody. I see we still have a couple of folks trickling in. Please come in, make yourselves comfortable. Um, Welcome to all of you. My name is Sarah Suzuki. I'm the Associate Director here at the Museum of Modern Art. I'm also a daily MTA user, as I'm sure many of us are, and I just have to say it's such a privilege to host this event here at MoMA as we celebrate 40 years of MTA arts and design. Together, the folks in this room have spent 4 decades turning our subway commutes into moments of discovery and transforming stations into must-see destinations. This programming catches us when we are not necessarily at our best, when we are tired or rushing or just trying to get home. And these moments offer us pause. They offer us a chance to remember our shared humanity, to have that moment of beauty in our everyday. And together, you prove that art is essential. It's not optional. And it's an aspect of our daily lives that we are very proud to stand with this group in that commitment to art as part of the everyday. The program this afternoon is absolutely phenomenal. I've got lots of friends among the panelists. It's so great to have you all here. But first, let me hand this over to Tina Vaz, the Director of Art and Design for the MTA. Tina, welcome.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Art Everywhere for Everyone, a celebration of public art and 40 years of MTA Arts and Design. I'm Tina Vaz, Director of MTA Arts and Design, and we're honored to gather here at MoMA to reflect not only on the impact of the program I newly have the privilege to lead, but also on the many ways the public art community gathered here today has shaped our shared spaces, our interior moments, and our collective experience of New York. Before we begin, a quick note that this event is being photographed and recorded, so if you prefer not to be included, please feel free to join the live stream broadcast in the classroom outside the theater. MTA Arts and Design would not be possible without the contributions of extraordinary colleagues whose support and collaboration I want to recognize. Ronay Menschel, whose vision helped launch Arts for Transit in 1985. Wendy Foyer, whose leadership shaped the early years of the program. Sandra Bloodworth, whose stewardship over nearly 30 years grew MTA Arts and Design into a world-renowned public art program. And MTA leadership and staff, past and present, thank you all. Over 4 decades, MTA Arts and Design has transformed New York's transit system into one of the most expansive public art collections in the world, turning daily commutes into moments of reflection, wonder, and connection. We work in stations and terminals across every borough, south into Nassau and Suffolk counties, and north into Westchester, Putnam, Dutchess, Rockland, and Orange counties. Many of the spaces we've programmed have become cultural destinations in their own right, showcasing contemporary art in mosaic, glass, metal, photography, and digital media. The more than 400 permanent artworks we've commissioned aren't just beautiful, they're deeply rooted in community, selected through inclusive processes designed to catalyze dialogue, showcase artistic excellence, and reflect the rich diversity of New York. We do this work because art and design were considered essential to the creation of the first New York City subway lines in 1904. And because 121 years later, the MTA remains committed to making public transit more appealing to all riders. We do it because public art matters. It's democratic, accessible to all, regardless of background or circumstance. It brings joy, provokes thought, and creates a sense of place. And it reminds us that beauty and meaning can be found in the most utilitarian spaces. I'd like to share my own first recollection of public art long before I knew I'd work in this field, when I encountered Corita Kent's Rainbow Swash as a child growing up near Boston. For many residents and visitors alike, that painted gas tank along I-93 is as iconic as Fenway Park or Faneuil Hall, and it was for me too. Kent transformed a massive industrial structure into a soaring sweep of color, quote, a joyous expression joining heaven and earth together, as she described it. At 150 feet tall, it nevertheless felt deeply human, a reminder that art can meet us in unlikely places and change how we experience the world. That early encounter influenced the way I understand public art today, bold, open, and capable of making the ordinary feel special. Likewise, for riders of the transit system, artwork programmed by MTA Arts and Design becomes part of the rhythm of daily life. A mosaic glimpsed from a train window becomes a familiar landmark. A glass installation transforms an outdoor platform with a prism of light. A digital artwork sparks curiosity, often with only a fleeting glance. And the experience of Art Underground goes beyond the visual. Through MTA music, live performances by hundreds of musicians bring the soundscape of the city to life. Through poetry in motion, short poems placed in subway cars and stations offer quiet reflection, inspiration, and sometimes solace, reminding us that words, like art, can move us. As we celebrate this 40-year milestone, we also look ahead to the next generation of artists, to new materials and technologies, and to the continued evolution of public art as a force for civic engagement and storytelling. Just this week, we were delighted to hear Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani name the New York City subway his favorite museum, a reminder that the work we do continues to inspire the city's cultural landscape and imagination at every level. I'll close these remarks with a short video that captures the heart of MTA Arts and Design, highlighting the many ways our program brings art into the lives of millions every day. Please enjoy.
Public art allows us to gather together with people we don't know, but somehow we connect and we unify.
MTA really made a commitment to making so much work in the stations. It really changed people's lives.
You have the best collection of public art in the world.
The MTA Art and Design broadens the notion of what's possible. And I think it's this wonderful, generous gift to the city.
They make me feel good when I'm walking by, going to catch a train. It adds a lot to the trip, actually.
It's very attractive to look at.
When they finally saw them up, I was so excited.
It's not about the coins. It's not about trying to be famous. It's our therapy. It's what keeps us thriving and keeps us going. It's our passion.
It's a very important feature of the life of the city at this point. It's not just art on the subway. It's really a collection that belongs to posterity and to the people of New York.
It's now my pleasure to welcome to the stage Achille Tomasino.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you to the organizers, Bridget Donlin and Yeling Chen, for the honor of the invitation to deliver a keynote address for this illustrious gathering. I'd also like to shout out my wife, Amanda, who's here today. I'd like to begin my presentation with a brief transit survey. So could you please raise your hand if you've ever swiped one of these? Oh, okay. So I see him among a lot of longtime New Yorkers. This is a blue Metro card, the first one that came out in 1994. Now, raise your hand if you've ever used one of these. Okay. So now I see I'm among native New Yorkers of my generation. During my adolescence in Brooklyn, the student Metro card was my key to accessing not only my schools, but also further educational opportunities throughout the city, such as the Gifted Learning and Leadership Development Program Prep for Prep, the National Foundation for Teaching Entrepreneurship at the Fashion Institute of Technology, and the International Center for Photography's Teen Photo Academy. Employment from my internship at the law firm Sherman and Sterling here in Midtown, to my job at Cha-Cha's Bar in Coney Island, and most importantly, culture. I would cut school to take the train to visit the Guggenheim, MoMA, and the Met, the museum of my dreams when I was a child and my present waking dream. I'd like to discuss a recent episode in that dream, an exhibition that I organized at the Met that intertwined the MTA and the museum in a way that highlights the MTA not only as a conduit to culture, but indeed the rich cultural resource we all know it to be. On view at the Met from November 2024 to February of this year, Flight into Egypt, Black Artists in Ancient Egypt, 1876 to Now, was the first exhibition to broadly examine a nearly 150-year history of modern Black artists and cultural figures asserting affinity with ancient Egypt in opposition to the prevailing Eurocentric definition of Egyptology that distinguished ancient Egypt from so-called Black Africa and instead characterized the civilization as Proto-European. The exhibition featured nearly 200 objects, including works by 87 artists, over 60 of them living. In an unprecedented collaboration, 3 permanent artworks in the MTA New York City public transit system were designated part of the exhibition. I traced the origins of this show to my childhood in Brooklyn and my youthful explorations of the cultural landscape of New York, where I experienced how the Encyclopedic Museum separates Egypt from Africa, but Black communities do not. So before discussing the MTA works, I'd like to give just some context by describing the exhibition. Here's a view of the Met's facade and the first gallery of the exhibition, which sets up the exploration of 150 years excuse me, of art history. The exhibition had 10 thematic sections. This is a view into the second gallery, which was called Egyptology and the Color Line. It foregrounded Black scholarship and counter-narratives that emerged in defiance of the Eurocentric institutional and academic Egyptology that began in the late 1700s. I realize you probably can't read the quote on the wall. It's from Frederick Douglass in 1854, and he writes, "Greece and Rome, and through them, Europe and America have received their civilization from the ancient Egyptians. This fact is not denied by anybody, but Egypt is in Africa. The ancient Egyptians were not white people, but were undoubtedly just about as dark in complexion as many in this country who are considered genuine Negroes." So that gallery set up the further exploration of this topic. This installation shot shows the Awakening and Ascent gallery, which celebrated the birth of Afrocentric visual art at the beginning of the 20th century, namely the Harlem Renaissance. The works in the court-like Kings and Queens reflected the tremendous impact of pharaonic statuary and mural decoration on the figurative expression of Black artists from the 1940s to today. The Heritage Studies section highlighted modern and contemporary Egyptian artists' engagement with ancient Egypt and featured works by Mahmoud Mukhtar and Mahmoud Said, the foundational sculptor and painter, respectively, of Egyptian modernism, who revived ancient motifs to promote a national self-image free from colonial interlopers. Contemporary Egyptian artists featured in this section engaged in both transgressive and traditional forms of appropriation. The Pilgrimage and Fellowship section explored how people of the African diaspora have sought to bridge their distance from the continent through travel and within community. Photographs and video documented some of the significant journeys of Black cultural figures to Egypt, which represent powerful acts of reclamation. This painting by Derek Forger, an artist who will come up again in this presentation, depicts a fraternity meeting laden with ancient Egyptian symbolism. Issues of The Crisis, a magazine founded in 1910 by W.E.B. Du Bois, and other rare illustrated Black American publications were accessible in a reading room and discussion space created by artists Stephanie Jemison and Jamal Cyrus, entitled Alpha's Bet Is Not Over Yet, from 2011, which is now in the Met's collection. Featuring journalistic, literary, and poetic texts, commercial illustrations, and reproductions of artworks in a variety of mediums, The publications collectively encapsulate major aspects of 20th century Black modernism, and a significant portion reflect Black communities' claims to and sustained interest in ancient Egypt. This was the first tactile interactive installation on view at the Met. In another first for the Met, performance was an integral part of the exhibition in the form of a dedicated gallery. Organized in collaboration with Met Live Arts, the Performance Pyramid presented both a documentary history of Black performance art animated by ancient Egyptian themes and served as the locus for live performances on Fridays throughout the run of the exhibition. It was activated by Sidra Bell, Rashida Bumbrake, Karan Davis, Zechariah L. McGarbell, Rashid Johnson with Kahil El Zabar, and Kamal Mupatton, among others. A New Song was a gallery immersed in reflected light by Awola Risku's dazzling disco bust of Nefertiti, and in sound through screened excerpts of music videos, including a regal scene from Beyonce's Homecoming and Michael Jackson's video for Remember the Time, which featured Eddie Murphy and Iman as ancient Egyptian royalty. The artworks in the final section at Fifth Avenue, Spaces the Place, melded ancient Egyptian myth, modern science, and science fiction. In the epic and influential 1974 film, Spaces the Place, artist, musician, and poet Sun Ra stars as a messianic extraterrestrial recruiting Black Americans to join a utopian space community inspired by the aesthetics of ancient Egypt. Sun Ra recognized and amplified the inherently cosmic characteristics of ancient Egyptian art in his creative visions, as have Julie Meritou, Fred Eversley, and Renee Cox, whose works were also featured in this gallery. It was important for me that the exhibition also includes site-specific works of art located outside the museum that are critical to the story of the ongoing reception of ancient Egyptian art within Black communities. 3 distinct expressions of Afro-diasporic affinity with ancient Egypt exist at MTA sites within a 2-mile radius in Harlem. Houston Conwell's The Open Secret from 1984, Marin Hassinger's Message from Malcolm of 1998, and Terry Atkins' Harlem Encore, 1999. So at the Met, the artist Houston Conwell was represented with, within Flight into Egypt with a deceptively modest print. You might be familiar with Conwell's presence at the Schomburg Center, where his terrazzo mosaic enshrines the ashes of Langston Hughes, or the recently reopened Studio Museum in Harlem, which holds his time capsule sculptures, The Joyful Mysteries of 1984. Beneath the fluorescent lights of the underground station at 125th and Lexington, embedded in the walls of graded white tile, 4 polychrome bronze reliefs by Conwell represent the first commission by the MTA to be installed in the subway system. Collectively titled The Open Secret, they serve as monuments to the Harlem community of the 1980s, comprising 2 sets of graphically dense triangles on opposing walls. The Open Secret explores ancient Egyptian architecture, movement-based activation, and community engagement, themes the artist and former Benedictine monk had explored since the mid-1970s. The Open Secret fosters a ceremonial environment for reflecting on the past while performing quotidian actions in the present. As the artist explained, these hold information and secrets about a special place, a certain place at a certain time, Harlem in the 1980s, set within triangular reliefs that echo the funerary purpose of ancient Egyptian pyramids. The dense array of iconography on their surfaces derived from Dogon, Yoruba, Congolese, and Kemetic imagery speaks to Harlem's Black community, present and future, as well as its African past. In the exhibition at Fifth Avenue, multidisciplinary artist Marin Hassinger appeared in 2 places within documentary photos of a 1982 performance called Flying, as here. And here's a photo of the artist in Flight into Egypt with her Love Pyramid, a monumental work from 2008 comprised of plastic bags filled with human breath and love notes. In 1998, Hassinger executed a multi-part mosaic installation, Message from Malcolm, at the 110th Street station, which earlier this year was renamed 110th Street Malcolm X Plaza. Malcolm X had visited Egypt 3 times. He made subsequent speeches that relayed his experience of fellowship with Egyptian nationals and expressed his conviction that ancient Egypt was proof of a noble ancient black civilization. I lived in Egypt. I stayed in Egypt, and I was among brothers, and I felt the spirit of brotherhood, declared the political and religious leader in 1963. In Message from Malcolm, Hassinger harnesses his words to convey a message of kinship and equality to the community in Harlem, which the artist calls home. A series of self-referential glyphs appear as decorative motifs throughout Message from Malcolm, beginning along the stairwell that leads to the subway's turnstiles and culminating in this abstract pattern mosaic on the platform. Terry Atkins appeared thrice in Flight into Egypt with Obelisks in Rome, a video marking the 13 obelisks throughout the city of Rome, more than remain in Egypt, and with Oxidation Blue 2, twin stained wood relief sculptures that evoke bird sarcophagi. He also appeared with Harlem Encore, this sculptural relief commissioned for the bridge of the Metro North Station at the intersection of Park Avenue and 125th Street. With Harlem Encore, Atkins developed the link between two great forebears of the African diaspora, George Washington Carver and Aaron Douglas. So the blue of tinted lights is a color Atkins returned to throughout his practice. Among other associations, it relates to George Washington Carver, the prolific agricultural scientist and artist who was born enslaved in Diamond, Missouri in 1864. In 1923, a year after the richly painted tomb of the ancient Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun was rediscovered, Carver submitted a U.S. patent application for a pigment that he called Dr. Carver's Egyptian Blue. The bottle on the screen was displayed in Flight into Egypt. In the foreground, the stylized sphinxes that bookend the pictorial reliefs explore African ancestry by way of Aaron Douglas, a painter and illustrator who was a major proponent of ancient Egypt as a creative source during the Harlem Renaissance. Atkins was mentored by Douglas while at Fisk University in the early 1970s. Here he replicates the elder artist's 1926 cover illustration for Fire, a magazine published by a cohort of black writers that included Zora Neale Hurston and Langston Hughes, among others, that appeared in Flight into Egypt in two forms: an original printed booklet from 1926 in a case, and in the form of a tactile facsimile in the aforementioned installation by Stephanie Jemison and Jamal Cyrus. Alpha's Bet isn't over yet. Made in an effort to right historical wrongs, as Atkins put it, Harlem Encore affirms ancient Egypt as a lasting source of inspiration and identification for black artists and cultural figures. In the future, even more strap hangers will see Atkins Harlem Encore, as this rendering shows the extension of the 2nd Avenue subway to 125th Street and Park Avenue. So 3 more artists whose work was included in Flight into Egypt at the Met also completed MTA Arts and Design commissions. Sam Gilliam, whose 1972 drawing Nile Alone from MoMA and 2020 sculpture Pyramid were in Flight into Egypt, unveiled Jamaica Center Station Riders Blue in 1991. Derek Forger, whose painting Board Meeting Brotherhood Smoke was in Flight into Egypt, made ceramic mosaics for the 145th Street station, the one on the screen entitled Parade from 2018. And Damian Davis, who I see in the audience, whose 2015 print Ancient Still Life was in Flight into Egypt, made the 2021 installation Empirical Evidence for the 3rd Avenue Bridge in Mount Vernon. You can learn much more about Flight into Egypt from the richly informative and beautifully designed catalog. I'd like to conclude by saluting the ongoing work of MTA Arts and Transit. I've been honored to participate in 2 juries for Arts and Transit commissions. I served on a jury that selected upcoming panelist Lisa Corinne Davis for the commission of the renovated 68th Street Hunter College Station, which she did stunningly with the 2024 project Tempestuous Terrain Liminal Location. And more recently, in a full circle moment, I had the honor of serving on a jury that selected Chris Watts to make artwork for the station renovation project near my family's home in Brooklyn. I'm thrilled for the future of the arts in this city that MTA Arts and Design continues to move forward. Many thanks for your attention.
Hello? Great. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome. My name is Yaling Chen. It's such an honor to have you all here today to celebrate public art and how it shapes the cultural experience of New York. Arts and design began in 1985 with a simple but powerful idea that art should be part of everyday life. And hat tip to you, Renee. Over the past 40 years, our permanent art collection has grown steadily from the first 12 artwork in the first 5 years. By end of 1990, we added 95 more. And then by 2010, there's another 112. And by 2020, we added 130 more. Today, with more than 400 commissioned artwork, arts and design continue to bring art everywhere for everyone within the 5,000 square mile of MTA region. So public art plays a vital role in shaping New York's cultural landscape. It turns shared spaces into places of meaning, memory, and imagination. Each artwork in our collection is site-responsive, resonant, and accessible, such as, oh, I forgot the slides. So this is just to show you the map of this, the impressive collection that we have over the 40 years that we have, and it is still growing. So I'm gonna just share a few of the artwork that we've done in the past 40 years, such as this whimsical marriage of food and architecture by Olela Kanjefas in Sunset Park. And our commuters trained the thought patterns manifested by Karen Margolis. The multisensory experience of bird watching and nature brought underground by Fred Tomaselli. And Hamilton's expansive field of woven text and message activated by a simple touch. The exquisite mosaic by Kiki Smith invite the intimate moments of connection. The Bronx cityscape imbued with light and color that impacted so many people as they passing in the Bronx. In Queens, the color spectrum of rainbow and skin tone by Jeffrey Gibson speak about the idea of equity and inclusivity that acts as a portal into New York. In Long Island's Mineola, this monumental sculpture by Donald Lipsky tells the story of a pioneering woman and a dog. This is a playful interrogation of Long Island's Northport's nautical and farming history in glass and metal by Duke Riley. This text-based artwork by Mark Fox connects a divided city in Mount Vernon. And in Westchester's White Plains, the poetic rendering of rail travel delivered by Barbara Takanaga. Lastly, this almost everywhere that we can all cherish the memory for pieces of local history carried out by Carrie Sheehan in Staten Island's New Dorp. Arts and Design's temporary digital art program at Grand Central Madison in Fulton Center, our photography exhibits at multiple sites, and our graphic posters in so many subway cards. Together, they offer moments, so many moments of contemplation, reflection, and surprise. And there's also another very special artwork in sound by Chloe Bass, who we collaborated with Creative Time. And this artwork traveled 14 subway stations just this past September. It's a wonderful and incredible example of how art can transform shared space. So today, this panel brings together some of the most thoughtful and creative leaders in public art. I am joined by Jean Cooney from Times Square Arts, Lauren Haynes from Governor Island, and Kendall Henry from New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. Today, we'll talk about how public art reflects the identity of a place and connects with communities across the city. We'll hear how each of them work on shaping the future of public space, balancing the temporary and the permanent, the monumental and the intimate, and the measurable and the meaningful. And as we look ahead, we'll ask, how can public art continue to be a catalyst for connection, equity, and transformation in the public realm? To that end, I'm going to hand to Lauren. Yeah. We'll see.
It is me. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm thrilled to be here and on this panel with people who I think are brilliant and really excited to get into it. So I will start. I am Lauren Haynes. I am the head curator and VP of Arts and Culture for Governor's Island. Show of hands, how many people have been to Governor's Island? Excellent. So many more than I appreciate, and I love it. And so Governor's Island is a spot, as everyone can sort of see, and has been here in New York City that is 172 acres of open space. We are in Lower Manhattan. Our ferry terminal is very close to the Staten Island Ferry Terminal. It's a very quick, beautiful 7-minute ride on a new electric charger hybrid ferry. If you haven't had a chance, please come on it. And then next year, there will be art on it as well. And really, when you get to Governor's Island, you are in car-free space. There's very limited access to cars. It's really meant to be a space where everyone can come and be and exist. We just this year celebrated 20 years of public access to Governor's Island. Prior to the Trust for Governor's Island, who I work for, having oversight of the island, it was in various moments where the Coast Guard was a military base and has had a really storied and varied history in this city. And the decision to really turn the island over to the Trust to make it a space for all New Yorkers was something that really has impacted, I think, everyone. We get about 1 million people a year that come to the island. Everyone comes to do a variety of things, come to ride bikes, come to walk around. There's a spa on the island. There's lots of different things. But it's my belief that everyone is coming for the art. And if not, soon they will be. And Governor's Island Arts, really the way in which we think through our mission, which is to be a space where artists and audiences alike can come and think and create, is really as evidenced in a few different moments. We have temporary exhibitions that include artists of all different types, including Hank Willis Thomas, who was an artist in an exhibition that we had on view this summer called Rest Play, which was really thinking about how do people use the island. So really thinking about this idea that some people come to be very active, right? Riding a bike, walking around, there's soccer fields, there's ball fields, there's a lot going on, but then there are also people that come to the island just to relax. There are hammocks on the island, there are places to sit, and so Rest Play featured some artist-designed seating by artists like Hank Willis Thomas, Arlene Sheckett, and then some more interactive works, one of which that you can still see on the island by Lincoln Clayton and Philip Andrew Lewis, called A Sudden Gust of Wind, which is 101 aluminum kites spread throughout trees across the island. In addition to our public art program, we also have a permanent works. So we have temporary works, and then we have public permanent works, including this work by Rachel Whiteread, which is the first work that we actually installed in the island and part of the island that's called The Hills when it was really built up in 2016. So this is a work that you can see all year round. And we also explore performing arts through a series called Interventions, which is curated by my colleague Juan Pablo Siles. And this summer, we had an amazing performance called Firebird, which you're seeing an image of, which really also, one of the things that we're able to do on the island is welcome people to open space, to experience art in a way that you can't really anywhere else. And this was a fantastic experience where everyone was wearing silver capes and watching this amazing, fantastic light show. We also have an organizations in residence program, so during the summer, we turn over some historic houses to other arts nonprofits in the city. All we ask is that on the weekends, they open them up to public access, so they do things like exhibitions, artist talks, and really a space that really enlivens Nolan Park, which is where we have a lot of our arts programming. And then finally, I will end with this image of a work by Sam Van Aken called The Open Orchard. And this is a work that I think really embodies so much of what we can do on the island, and that Sam planted these trees, these fruit trees, and really they will be on the island forever, and they're meant to grow. You can actually go and pick the fruit, and they all are really this idea of what does it mean to blend the aspects of the island, which include art and culture, open space, as well as climate solutions, into, I think, one amazing artwork. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I know it's a hard cut psychically to go from those bucolic images of Governor's Island straight into Times Square, but here we go. I am Jean Cooney. I'm the director of Times Square Arts. I'm the VP of Arts and Culture for the Times Square Alliance, which is the business improvement district that stewards Times Square alongside the city, primarily to keep Times Square clean, safe, and a vibrant cultural district. And, you know, as a New Yorker, I wasn't going to Times Square all that much before I took the job, I'll be honest. But, you know, as you can probably tell as I talk about the district, I've really fallen for this place where so much life unfolds every single day. And there are so many layers beneath the big numbers. We have an average of about 218,000 people that come through the district every day. That totals about almost 80 million people per year. We know that it's a space for tourists, for theater goers, but we also, you know, think about all of the people that run those spaces, the back of house workers in those theaters, hotels, retailers, restaurants. There's 5,800 residents in Times Square. There's 2 high schools, several houses of worship, senior centers, nonprofit social services. We got Elmos, we got protesters, people celebrating prom, seeking out the perfect selfie. It's just, there's a lot going on each and every day, and it's also a space that looms really large in the public consciousness. You know, it's, for many people, emblematic of New York City, emblematic of America and American culture, for better or for worse. And for all of those reasons, you know, it's a really powerful place to turn over to artists. And there are a few ways in which within that landscape, we program public art. So one of those programs is called Midnight Moment. It's a nightly presentation of artworks on about 95 of the district's iconic billboards. This is a piece from a while back, but it's a multi-channel presentation, so it really shows off how many people need to be saying yes to the same thing at the same time in the name of public art to pull off this program. So each of those signs are operated by different real estate developers and competing corporations who we've kind of gone door to door to over a period of, I think, 13 years at this point to grow the program. It started in 2012 on a handful of screens, and now it's on, like I said, about 95 with a few holdouts. Samsung, the M&M store. We're so thrilled to have you join us eminently. But it's really this like monumental takeover of iconic space, and it's fun to see it grow. You know, when I first started the role, it was kind of people being taken by surprise by the work, and now I see a lot of people kind of expectantly waiting at 11:57 every single night for this magical, monumental art experience. And then twice a year, we try and pull off large-scale works in our plazas. We sometimes recontextualize existing works, but we often ask artists to give us a proposal for a site-specific project that also, you know, plays with the unique characteristics of Times Square, but also all of the symbolism it holds. And we've had a range of different types of works, ranging from bronze to inflatables to animatronic hot dogs. And we also really encouraged artists to play with scale. I have become a bit of a size queen since taking this job. Like, I do think you kind of have to go big to play Times Square. And then it's a really rich space for artists who want to weigh in on pressing social, cultural, political issues and reach broad audiences to have important dialogues. And a couple that we've presented recently, this is a piece that just came down by Yvette Mayorga. It's got all the makings of a great public artwork for Times Square, I think, in that she's working with familiar materials, like you can't quite see in this image, but she adorns all of her work with this faux frosting. She has pop culture references. You see Hello Kitty backpacks on carousel horses, but the stories that she's trying to tell are personal experiences of her life growing up as a first-generation Mexican-American, as well as broader stories around colonial histories and migration, and basically kind of the long history of people pursuing a more promising future. I cannot work. And then, of course, this past spring, we presented a work by Thomas J. Price. It's a 12-foot bronze figurative sculpture titled Grounded in the Stars that is addressing race and representation and monument making and what truly defines a triumphant figure. And it actually was created in 2023 and debuted in Los Angeles to no controversy, and then placed in Times Square, threw everyone into a tiz, with conservative media and others weighing in, deriding this work as a DEI statue, and then having an outpouring of responses in solidarity and celebration of the work, and in between, many, many important dialogues were actually had, and we hosted a docent program on the ground to support those, and we followed quite a bit on social and in the media, but just kind of affirming that Times Square is not only affirming the power of Thomas J. Price's work, but affirming that Times Square is quite a unique and powerful place to present public artworks and hold a mirror up to where we're at as a culture. And then, there's other ways to play Times Square. You can kind of beat it at its own game and go for spectacle. This is Jen Catron and Paul Outlaw's piece that we presented last year called Hot Dog in the City. And there's no better way to get people's attention in Times Square than a 65-foot-long animatronic hot dog that raises each day at noon with a ceremonious confetti blast. But it also was an amazing kind of Trojan horse to also critique and celebrate American culture in that, we hosted an interview series with all of the local street vendors in Times Square to talk about the hot dog as an immigrant story. We had drag wrestling competitions, a canine beauty pageant, a whole kind of summit with vegan feminists pitted against competitive meat eaters, and a high school debate team debating the merits of ketchup versus mustard as an exercise in democracy. So it's kind of amazing how kind of, yes, spectacle is one piece of the story, but it can also play host to so many important conversations. And then lastly, this is a program we're still experimenting with. We're only really in our second or third iteration. It very much is modeled off the Public Artists in Residence program at the Department of Cultural Affairs, but we're trying to do our own version of that where we pair artists with different communities in Times Square to create a work. And so the first was with Christine Wong Yap, and she was paired with Encore Community Services, where seniors were telling their stories of resistance, peak pandemic, and they created a set of flags based on those stories. And then this past summer, Maya Chow shadowed our sanitation and public safety colleagues to create kind of a choreographic score of public behavior in our plazas this past July. And that's Times Square. Oh, also, sorry, my 6-year-old's homesick, and he's watching us on the live stream, so Mommy's on YouTube. Hi. Hey, Ronan. Here you go.
Thank you, Jean. Some of you may or may not know that the MTA Art and Design program are siblings to my program at Cultural Affairs, and thank you, Ronée, so that as well. So I'm going to go very quickly because I know we had to have conversations, but I cannot do of permanent and temporary really influences those spaces. And thinking about art for everyone, we really focus on that in everything that we do. And again, this is something that I learned while I was at then Art for Transit, when a lot of the program is not just focused on a community, but on the artists themselves. And so artists of different levels had an opportunity to display art throughout the city. So some of our programs include our permanent art program, which is part of the Percent for Art program, where we commission permanent public art on property throughout, and this is Hank Willis Thomas's Unity, just off the Brooklyn Bridge in the Brooklyn side. We work very closely with our colleagues at Public Art for Public Schools at the School Construction Authority to create artworks for schools that sometime becomes part of the curriculum for that school, and this is a very interesting and important project by Penelope Umbruco, where as the kids in this elementary school grow, they have access to different works on these walls. We do a monuments program, which is very important in terms of representation in the city, and this is one that you will see early next year. Yes, I saw you been looking. Early next year, representing Shirley Chisholm by Amanda Williams and Olalekan Jafus at the base of Prospect Park in Brooklyn, where Shirley was the assembly member. And we also collaborate with some of our other agencies where we may not run the program, but we sit on the panel, like this Health and Hospital Miguel Luciano project that you have to see on Metropolitan Hospital surrounding. We also do temporary art, and one of our key temporary art programs is our Artists in Residency program called PAIR, and we're in the 10th year, believe it or not, and this is a project by Amanda Pingbody Pakia with the Commission on Human Rights, really talking about during the COVID times when a lot of hate was directed towards our Asian population, and doing this campaign to sort of bring attention to that and celebrate that we all belong here. We have another program. The construction barriers around are like an eyesore to many of what we'd be seeing around. We have a program for that called City Canvas, and we have a new program called Public Art as Community Engagement, where we use public art to engage in conversations around issues that are important to anything that we do, from monuments to difficult projects to just conversations that we need to have in the community. And lastly, we use the city's facilities, and this is a very good example of using City Hall itself as an exhibition space to highlight some of the temporary art and some of the artists that we have. And this one was created by Elena Del Riviero, and it's sort of celebrated women's suffragist movement with these flags that was created by Elena. And so with that, let's talk.
Let's talk. Thank you all. So I have a number of questions, I hope, with 15 minutes left. Let's try to get through at least 2 of them. First off, each of you stewards a dynamic public art programs rooted in a very unique urban context. At the MTA Arts and Design, we like to think we run a moving town square where people and sites are so deeply interdependent with each other. So how would you define the unique nature of your audience and the place your program inhabits?
Great. So do you, but I'll start. So Governor's Island, as I mentioned, is 172 acres in New York Harbor. And really the uniqueness of that site is we are in New York, and we are also amongst the water. I think there's really a transformative thing that happens when you take the ferry to the island. You almost, at least I do every day, sort of am able to sort of forget where I am and feel like I'm transported to a different location. And I think the unique aspect of how we're tasked to care for art, care for this open space, but always also thinking about the climate crisis, really all of that place where there isn't a lot of cars, there aren't a lot of cars, there are a lot of people that come. As I mentioned, we get about 1 million people a year. We have visitors from every single zip code in New York City, so I really think that says that we are a space for New York City people. We also get visitors, but I think the idea that what we're able to do with our program, sort of offering artists this idea to come out, spend time on the island, what are you excited by, what are you really wanting to dive more deeply into, and where on the island does that work? So really being able to think about our location, as well as the history of the place, is something that we think a lot about.
Should I go? I think about Times Square and the public there is like the public with a capital P. I mean, I was just kind of talking about all the folks that are going to be in the district each day, but it's just a really expansive way to think about the public. I worked at Creative Time for 7 years before here, and like with spaces, with organizations like that, a lot of times the folks visiting, that public art project in an unexpected place are already in the know, and I've found very quickly that in Times Square, you cannot assume that anyone, I love that you think people are coming to Governor's Island for the art. I know they're not coming to Times Square for the art. I just assume they're not. And so that's, kind of an assumption that keeps you humble, and I just, you can't assume anyone's politics, their cultural references, their interest or art historical references, the language they speak. So it's kind of pushed me to think about what is, art for everyone, really. And then also realizing that there's a community there in Times Square. Like, there are people that's their hustle, or that's their workplace, and really thinking beyond the tourist to when you think about who these projects are for and what is audience there. And we try and bring people in as much as we can intentionally, but it's hard to get people out of stopping them from going out of their office out the side door and escaping Times Square and coming into the plazas directly. So we've been trying to do more engagement around the folks that are there every day.
And for us, every project is starting from scratch. And so we go into these communities and we always enter as guests. And sometimes we're working in facilities that are not art facilities, that have a different mission that we have to adhere to and really consider, and audiences who may or may not want art in the first place. And so we always enter with that in mind. When we are looking at artists, we want to make sure that the artists that we're looking at is considering that population as well, and having them define who they are instead of the artist or us. So it's very, very key how we approach these projects, but every single project is starting from scratch.
Great. Out of curiosity, have you ever thought about maybe the sculpture, the installation that you commissioned at Times Square? What if we kind of migrated over to the Governor's Island? How do you see what kind of impact and kind of changes that could become?
Well, we collaborated with Governor's Island Arts not long ago on an exhibition called The American Manifest by Charles Gaines, and that was a collaboration between Times Square Arts, Creative Time, and Governor's Island Arts, where the same artist had a piece on Governor's Island as well as presentation in Times Square. And actually, those two sites not only reach different audiences, but also can tell very different stories about, our city and our country. And so those two touch points being the New York Harbor and that history, and then Times Square, and give them the full experience. But yeah.
Count us in.
Yeah.
Right, Tina?
Tina.
Okay, so yes. Kendall, in your view, what are the key ingredients? This is a term you brought up for a successful public artwork. Is it about scale and visibility, the volume, or is it about resonance and impact? How do you define those terms, and can they be truly measured?
Okay. Okay, so back in the day, when we did public art and we were just experimenting, there was a new project, we put it out there, we would go back, and if it was there, it was a success. If it was no graffiti, it was a success, right? So this is how we sort of gauged that back then. Now, we're a little bit more sophisticated, and there's different ways of measuring that. And I think with each of you who do public art and each of you who commission that work, you may have a different metric for that, right? For us, it's sometimes, particularly with our permanent art, it's hard to see how successful the work is until 10, 15 years after it's been installed. So in trying to figure out how to gauge that, we go back to asking ourselves a question prior to even doing the work. And that is sort of, what is this meant to do? Why are we doing this in the first place, right? And there may be a number of different answers to that question. and then we use that as a way to see how successful we are. And sometimes it's very, on the surface as how many hits is it going to get on Instagram, or how well is it going to tell the story of this particular individual, or how is it going to elevate, sometimes we elevate this artist's voice, or these people's voices, or these communities' voices. And so some of that is easy to measure sometimes. But I think a lot of times we look to the artwork as the thing, the end product as the thing, as the thing to get measure success from. But I think a lot of times it's the process. A lot of what some of us have gone through the process, and we can't quantify it easily, but we know something incredible happens when this community comes together and they know now what an artist means and what that artist could contribute to their community, and they've connected. And so all these things, I think, is a way to measure success, that some of it is hard and some of it is easy. And lastly, I always see what we do, these pretty pictures of things and those projects, as the artifact of the entire thing. So it's not just the sculpture that is the artwork. It's a lot of things that happen, sometimes taking years to get to that thing, and sometimes you can't measure it all. And I may have just rambled up a whole answer there, but I hope that you got something out of that.
I agree. It's the entirety of the landscape that we together built over time. Do any of you want to chime in?
Yeah, they better. I don't want to be like the only
I
one.
mean, I think that is right, because I think, there are different moments and different ways of thinking about it. I feel like this summer when we had Rest Play on view, where my office is on the island, I could see a spot where we had installed some works by Arlene Checkett, which were benches and seats, and all I wanted were for people to sit on them. We had signs that said, please sit. So when I would look out the window and see people sitting, that felt like success, and that felt like, right, there's an interaction that's happening. And I also really think about, for Governor's Island, we've had art all 20 years of public access and a range of different projects, some that sort of took more of a style of artists basically bringing everything with them, staying overnight, installing it, leaving, and then now where we have a bit of a more formalized program. But all of that, to me, is just building onto what the next 20, 40, 60 years can be, and how we think about that. So I feel like success isn't just the metrics, and I sort of do joke that everyone's coming for the art. I know they're not yet, but what does it mean to try to build to that and try to really have it be those things that meet people where they are, like we're talking about. So I feel like all of it is building to this idea of what success can look like, and how also the artists feel after the project is done. Do they feel like, okay, they've actually achieved what they wanted to? Were they supported? Will they come back? Do they want to do another project? How does that all, I feel like all of those are really elements of how we can sort of measure if something was what we wanted it to be.
Yeah, we also have some metrics that we think about afterwards, but it's similar. It's, and also, have we expanded this artist practice in some way? Have we allowed them to experiment in new ways, or reach new audiences, or reach their intended audience? We think about, is this artist and this project telling new stories about Times Square or American culture, contemporary culture? Has it addressed a timely issue at the right time? And then, we have to, I always feel like I'm, not as much anymore, but arguing for the right for public art to be there and part of this ecosystem that is Times Square, and kind of making my case for different stakeholders. So I also have to put on a totally different hat and think about, how is Midnight Moment a success for the screen operator? Why should they care? And how is it for people who are concerned about the perception of Times Square? How has this artwork possibly changed the perception of Times Square for others, and so on? So thinking about it through other people's lenses of success is also important for us too, to keep making the case for public art.
Thank you all. There's one question that personally I really wanted to bring up, is this idea of like permanence and temporality. A lot of what we do as arts professionals, like we each run a really robust and diverse temporary programs or time-based programs, like Midnight Moment and your interventions, residency, your urban art, is it how it calls that, the program, Kendall? And our kind of digital takeover at Fulton Center and Grand Central Medicine. And so I'm curious to have your perspective on how do you see the power of bringing art into unexpected places. One thing that I keep on thinking and rethinking is this sound-based artwork by Chloe that we just rolled out in September. And what does permanence mean in the context of ephemerality?
I have mostly presented temporary projects, both throughout my career, and that's kind of what we focus on in Times Square, which I just think has a lot of advantages in that you can, flex a little bit in terms of being responsive to a particular moment. I think I actually would hate to do permanent artwork because you have to think about so many things. Kendall clutches his pearls. But just because it's like, then you can't, can you do artwork made of, acrylic, 400,000 acrylic fingernails and, make things out of, faux frosting? The temporality of projects, I think, allows us to have maybe more fun with material. And also, I know, community buy-in is a real thing, and choosing something that is going to be permanent and relevant to an evolving community is very daunting to me. So I think there's just a lot of advantages with temporary. And then for me also, speaking of permissions, if I ever am coming up against an obstacle, it's like, well, it's only for 3 minutes, or it's only for 6 weeks. It'll be gone in November. So it's helpful for me in a very, very active and kind of a landscape that a lot of people want a piece of. So that's my vote for temporary. But would you like to speak to permanence?
Yeah, I'll speak to both.
Okay.
The program started as a permanent art program, and we have adopted or created a number of temporary artworks because we see the importance of the temporary art to actually inform the permanent art as well. With temporary art, you could be a little bit more provocative. You get and I learned that from Wendy. When they complain, just say it's a pilot. Oh, it's just for temporary. It's been gone in 10, whatever. So we created this entire program called Public Art as Community Engagement to create temporary art to inform the permanent art that we're going to be doing. So so as we were doing permanent art, these things come up where you are about to fabricate something and the community is like an uproar. And so it's a little too late to have that conversation, right? And so we've recognized that particularly with projects that are sensitive, that are, like if we're doing a jail or a particular kind of facility that the community doesn't want, and we don't want to go through a process and then all of a sudden they don't want it there, and then what do we have to do, right? So temporary art, I think, is very key, and I get jealous sometimes when all y'all do is temporary art because you don't have to worry about materials so much. You don't have to worry about longevity. You don't have to worry about what it's saying because then it's going to be gone in 6 months. But I think a good program has both, and it reaches different types of artists as well. For permanent art, you require a number of skill set and knowledge that that. For equity purposes, it only reaches, only a certain population of the artists have access to, right? For temporary art, you could learn how to do something and experiment and engage with audiences and communities that you could apply to your permanent art. So I think, both is very important, and I'm glad that we are doing both now.
Yeah, and similarly, we're able to have both on the island. We primarily, in the summer season from May to October, have our temporary exhibitions and projects, but we do have a handful of works that are permanent on the island or long-term loans, including a work that we just installed a couple of weeks ago by Shakaya Booker called Brick House, which is on view for at least a year, hopefully 2. So it's really that balance because, again, sort of what we've all talked about and touched on is meeting people where they are. For Governor's Island, we have what I like to call super users, the people that come many times a week, so they'll get familiar with the permanent works and engage with them that way, but also having a temporary program that really each summer can change and allow us to engage with more artists, I think, than we would if we were just building only a permanent program on the island.
Great, thank you. All right. Even though I still have one question left, but we're going to open up the floor to the audience for questions.
They're going to bring.
Thank you so much. It was so valuable to hear all of your perspectives, and I love the expert curation of the panel representing all of these different areas, so thank you all. My question I would love, if we have time for each of you to answer, is just in your roles and with your organizations, how do you deal with controversies that inevitably arise when you're dealing with public art and within the community? I would love to hear from all of you on that.
Yeah, yeah, I might take up all the time. So it depends on what the controversy is, but, and I'm not going to give you an answer because it's like, but very carefully, very carefully. That's how we deal with controversies. And we've had a few, for permanent art, we've established some rules that if we put up a permanent artwork and it's controversial, we want to hold it up for, let's say, 5 years and see if it disappears, the controversy disappears, but engage in conversations around why it's controversial. We try to avoid controversy by incorporating a lot of conversation prior to that happening, to the piece coming out into the public, but it doesn't always work. But there you have it.
I would add that I can use, the Thomas J. Price sculpture as a very recent example. I mean, first checking in with the artist on and any collaborators, on what their sensitivities are, what their capacities are, what their interests are in terms of speaking to that controversy or to press, and kind of establishing our roles and lanes, keeping in very, very close contact with one another as I don't know if I call it a crisis, but as challenging things unfold. And then also just being, well, first of all, a little more thick-skinned, I guess. I mean, people were saying some pretty ugly stuff around this sculpture, like incredibly racist, misogynist comments that reached the artist's personal Instagram, my personal social media, phone calls to the office, emails scattershot everywhere. And picked apart which folks seemed to be making a coherent, cohesive argument and took the time to write something thoughtful, and those folks would get like a phone call back or an email back and our time. And others, I had to be like, delete. And I was like, because the Department of Cultural Affairs supported this project, and I was like, Kendall, did you read what people are saying? He's like, yeah, so what? Keep going. So, there's a part of me that just had to stay above the fray. And ultimately, because there was so much dialogue happening that we can't control in digital spaces, and people seem to go a little harder with the anonymity around digital spaces, we realized, as stewards of the artwork on the ground, and more people increasingly coming to visit that sculpture based on the controversy, in that case, we felt like, okay, well, how can we host these dialogues in real time that seem to be unfolding on the plazas where we can somewhat be a facilitator? So we organized a docent team that was out there for the remainder of the exhibition that were kind of educated on the issues, the artists, the artwork, and just kind of served as a way to just kind of hold and host and navigate some of the conversations people wanted to have more of. So that was our kind of arc for a recent crisis or challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have too much to add except this idea of really knowing what your mission, your vision is, how you're aligned with that, and how the artists and the artworks and the projects really stick to what you are doing and building, because then that gives you that sort of backing to say, right, actually, this is why we're doing this is why it's important. And I think, yes, tuning out the things that are just negative to be negative, and where are there moments of learning and conversation that can be used for growth.
We almost time. A last remark that I have in response to your questions, not really addressing controversy, but I want to say that over my careers of the past 20 years as a kind of public art administrator, I feel like the biggest lesson I've learned is to never underestimate people, your audience ability to appreciate. When you know that, you cannot deliver anything that make everybody happy. But what you can do is open up the floor for dialogue. For that, I kind of circle back to them that's what we are all kind of strive to do, and we are doing. We'll continue to do. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers so far. I want to invite anyone who is in the back who does not currently have a seat to fill in some of the spaces in the middle rows. And if you are sitting in those rows, if you could help make space for those who don't have seats, we'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Hello. Hi. Okay. Yeah. I just got to make sure my timer is on because we are going to keep things moving. I'm Bridget Donlin. I'm a curator and project manager with MTA Arts and Design. And I worked on organizing this symposium. And one of our aims is to highlight the things that arts and design does really well. And one of those things is working with incredible artists to bring world-class artworks into the New York City transportation system. So we're pleased to offer a peek behind the curtains and listen to artists talk to each other, some of who are up here with me right now, and others that you'll hear from later this afternoon. I wanted to talk to artists about making art, and I wanted to focus on abstraction, which is a perfect topic to discuss inside the Museum of Modern Art. And like any good former art history student, I'll ground us with a quote. Clement Greenberg wrote in 1940 that abstract art, like every other cultural phenomenon, reflects the social and other circumstances of the age in which its creators live. 85 years on, that's still true. Art is the product of the time when the artist lives and is the vehicle for how they interpret the world. With arts and design projects, we don't have prerequisites for artists who have worked in the public realm before, and there's no dictated themes when work is commissioned. It's up to the artist to engage with the opportunity, the context of the site, and the materials. You have already, and you will see lots of images of arts and design projects today. It's always unique. Even when artwork is non-narrative, it can still create a distinct place. And I'm pleased to introduce 3 artists whose work used the language of abstraction and permanently installed public artwork. In the middle, to the right of me, is Lisa Curran Davis, a Brooklyn-based painter known for paintings that explore the complex relationship between race, culture, and history, and with it, ideas about classification and contingency. Her mosaics at 68th Street Hunter College on the 6th, entitled Tempestuous Terrain, Liminal Location, were unveiled in December of last year. Glenilis Medina, to my right, is a Nuyorican conceptual interdisciplinary artist whose practice spans performance, sculpture, drawing, and systems-based research. You can see Glenilis's mosaics at Grand Street Station on the L, Gratitudes off Grand, a mosaic that was installed in 2023, and that I had the privilege of working with. And finally, Donald Odita, at the end here, is an abstract artist whose practice is concerned with the power and dynamics of color. His glass artwork, Kaleidoscope, from 2012 can be seen at the 20th Avenue D train station in Brooklyn. And hopefully you've had a chance to see his incredible immersive painting, Songs from Life, in MoMA's lobby here. It's a commission that's on view through spring of 2027. I'm gonna start by handing things over to Lisa. Sorry, I didn't give you all a chance to see everyone's names. There we go.
Yeah, I just thought I'd start by showing you a few paintings of mine. I am a studio artist. I work in a studio, I work with oil paint, so the proposition of taking work out of that space was a huge leap for me. After abandoning representational art for abstraction, I was interested in describing a kind of textural space where I lived as a light-skinned Black woman who grew up in an Orthodox Jewish neighborhood and went to a white Quaker school. So that complex story, through my life, I found that people would always project on me what I was, like who I was. And so I thought, like, how interesting that we all want a kind of fact about race. Like, we have these labels, but it's a much more complicated mix of interpretations and realities that people bring to who they want you to be. So the reason I went to abstraction is because I think within modern abstract language, we have things we trust, like a grid, like primary color, like geometry. And those are and I kind of mess with that language with making a grid into a net, leaving primary color for other colors, and creating questions of scale relationships, micro, macro, am I in it, am I looking up or beyond? Is there something there that seems recognizable? All loosely based on the idea of mapping, some sort of sense that the impulse behind looking at this work is to make you want to place yourself in it and be somewhere. But everyone that looks at the paintings has a different interpretation. And obviously, it's nothing I've really done in the paintings, but it's what they're bringing to them. So I'm really wanting people to focus on their awareness. I want the awareness to be on the viewer, that they are really part of this process. These are, again, oil paintings. They're rather big. They're very layered. Once I make a move in a painting, I counter it. I'm very contrarian. Like, if it presents this, then I try to do that. And they keep going until they get complicated enough to end. But then I got this great project, 68th Street Hunter College. I went to Hunter College for my MFA. I teach at Hunter College. I've been teaching there for, well, we'll just say a long time. And so the proposition changed. Like, I had to leave the studio and go to a public space. But I'm really aware of this station. I've been going to this station for a long, long time. And so the project of location was still really important, kind of creating a kind of abstraction that, again, talked about place, placement, movement, transition, the complexity of the people that enter that station, everything from your Upper East Sider to the Hunter College student and everything in between. So that kind of mishmash, chaotic, transitional impulse is what I wanted to get to. The thing I couldn't really imagine was, how is someone going to take an oil painting and make it into glass mosaic? And that was unnerving, but it was the first time I gave up my studio control to a vendor. And Meyer of Munich did a beautiful job. This one you can't quite see, but there were lines in this work, like little, there you go, lines in it. I'm like, how can you make a glass mosaic with lines? So, the ability for them to think about this, to etch a line into glass mosaic, and to not make it even. It really looks like a hand-drawn line in space. So that was hard to, hand over trust to this person, but the translation was just spectacular, beautiful, from what to do with the glass, to the size of the glass, to the colors of the glass, and it was a fantastic experience. That's about it.
Annalise?
Hi. Hello, everyone. I have a lot of slides, so Bridget's going to help me. Okay, so today I want to talk about how a private ritual in my practice became the foundation for Gratitudes Off Grant and the public work I'm working on today. During COVID, as all of us can agree, it was undefinable times. And for me, gratitude was really hard to find. So what I did is I developed an exercise. I needed something to come and bring me back into my body, so I borrowed my mother's dog, and I decided to walk her 3 times a day. For 15 minutes, I would go outside and find something to be grateful for, even if I was just picking up her leftovers. I wanted to find a way to make something ordinary beautiful. And I would go upstairs after the fact. and I would put the color down. And in that moment, I wanted to be present with the gratitude, but also when I went upstairs, I wanted to memorialize that moment. Next slide. Around the same time, Stacks, my first permanent public artwork, was commissioned and installed at the Bloomberg Medford Public Library in Massachusetts. This piece visualized the many perspectives you encounter in a library, hovering, intersecting, and expanding consciousness. It was the first time my language existed permanently in a civic environment. When I began Gratitudes Off Grand, I returned back to the same structure, but this time I wasn't walking Willa, I was following people. Over several seasons, I visited the station and paid attention to where the communities naturally migrated. Parks, markets, churches, and busy street corners. Places that function as emotional landmarks for the neighborhood, even if they weren't official monuments. On the Manhattan side, I decided to honor the nationalities that shaped the neighborhood, as many as the limited mosaic palette allowed at the time, because it was limited because of the pandemic. It was a way of expressing my gratitude towards the cultural histories that built the spirit of Grand Street, way before I came around to follow people. That same methodology, private ritual becoming public gesture, carries into my current work at Walter Godwin Park with DDC, DCLA, New York City Parks, and Percent for Art. I think I got all the acronyms there. At Godwin Park, the frequency shifted. It went from personal gratitude to civic memory, but the structure of the practice remained the same. In that project, gratitude helped me understand not only the nationalities that shaped the neighborhood, but Walter Godwin himself, the park's namesake and an impactful figure whose legacy reframed how I understood the site, because I grew up in the Bronx. One practice naturally led into the other, and will hopefully continue. And I would like to say, for me personally, my first experience with art was actually not in the museum. It was in a book, and then after a book in person, it was the MTA station. The many stations that I have gone through, because I grew up in New York, and we were talking about it earlier, the station that I love the most is the Kaleidoscope Station, right? That's the name of it?
Mass Transiscope.
Mass Transiscope. So I'm very grateful to have been a station for MTA. Next slide. So to have next slide. Next slide. So to have public artwork, both at Medford, at Bushwick, and now in the Bronx, it's just such an honor, It's like getting on the train station as a kid and then getting off as an adult, and all of a sudden you're part of the architecture. It's a beautiful experience, and I'm very grateful for it, to everyone who supported it.
No, you can do it. I'm going to start with my piece, Kaleidoscope. I was asked by the MTA in 2010 to do this a project for them. And prior to that, I was courted by Meyer of Munich as well to do something, whatever, whenever. And I thought, wow, this would be a great opportunity to do this work. I didn't know that I would be ending up doing glass, but to do some work with that company. But there was a mandate in my contract for an American company, and then I found out it was we'd be doing windows. I did 40 windows in this site. We can roll through these. 40 different windows in this site, and the company was Depth Glass. It was an amazing experience to work with them for the fact that they helped me with a certain problem I had with the color. The color in my paintings have a certain way they hit, and in the glass it would have just blurred and melted. There wouldn't be any distinction with each color. It would just be a blurring. And they figured out a method of creating an acetate image that would have a thin hairline between each and every color within this install. And so with that, it kept the crispness and the imagery that I wanted in the glass. And I was just amazed at that process of working with another, source, in a sense, this master printer, let's say, with the glass. And with the fabrication they were doing all sorts of fabrication. They just brought so much awareness of the expanse of working in glass. So I was at the beginning a little upset that I couldn't work with Meyer Munich, but I really think that it jumped my knowledge of this process in a way forward, understanding that this material wouldn't just end up being a mosaic, but something actually, I think, more connected to the work in the way that light hit the work. The light of the window and the light from the city would hit this color and illuminate it in the space. Yeah, this is a wall, a 5,000 square foot wall I did at the New York Presbyterian Hospital, roughly around the same time when we completed the MTA project. This one was interesting, thinking about the ways in which people would look at this wall. This wall is seen from floor 3 through floor 7. The third floor, very, very sick, almost deathbed-like sick people. The 7th floor would be infirmary, babies being born. So different kind of experiences looking at this window. I was thinking about the idea of figuration and just why I think it would personally fail to have something figurative, let's say, in the sense of that there would only be an isolated picture, okay? And what I wanted through the window, through an individual window, what I wanted was to be able to create something that was beyond the window, that would in a way force the person viewing to want to walk to the window and then see the whole expanse of the space. So this idea of time was a reflection of the title, time, the time of the person in the hospital, and then time as a sense of the reflection of space within the work of art itself. So for me, we can just go to the next one. For me, the idea of figuration abstraction is not really super important as much as I'm thinking about representation when I'm thinking about my public work. And representation not in the figurative sense, but in the socio-political and cultural sense. And I'm thinking about how I'm representing the community that the work is in, because this is how I start all of my research. I'm going to the place, I'm researching the place, I'm getting a sense of what I'm going to do there so that what I do has some impact and some relevance when being created and then implemented within the space. At Dykers Height, Bensonhurst, it was a neighborhood in the 90s when I lived in New York that was pretty radical in a way, being black. It wasn't necessarily the neighborhood Bensonhurst that I would wanted to go to in the 90s with all sorts of things that happened during Giuliani's time. So when I went there in 2010, it was a different neighborhood, completely different. And hence the title Kaleidoscope. It was so cultural, multicultural, so many diverse people living there. And it was just a shock to realize that the transformation of public sentiment, public identity, public history, and consciousness changes. It's always shifting and changing. So a piece, Possible World, that's at 6th Avenue and 17th Street, PS 340M. This is about multiple horizons, and what's effective in this piece is the window in the painting where people, students can, and anybody can be a part, immersed in the painting, be a part of it as on an everyday experience of these multiple horizons and possible worlds for the students there. Next slide. Our House, a piece I did with the Mural Arts Program in Philadelphia. This is a painting that, in a way, is schematic to the a structural schematic. It kind of gives an implication of the building could slide apart, but with the title, Our House, are we going to let the building fall, or are we going to work to make the buildings, to keep the building standing? So a public statement, and with the sentiment and an idea of the community at large. This one, Negative Space, this was originally done at Crystal Bridges with the curator Allison Glenn. While she was there, it traveled to the University of Houston. It was really, it's a piece that is representing the flag of the United States of America. There are 13 stripes. The colors oscillate. There are variation of, in a way, like the shadow of red, white, and blue. So, you know, a kind of color theory shadow of red, white, and blue with the orange, green, and black. And this A-frame that in the A-frame, it's sort of like creates kind of like a house or a tunnel that, as you would see, the ball at the top is like the center of a continuation, which would become an X if you're going to think of that line going forward into space. And under this space, this negative space, parent negative space that people are walking through, it's kind of contemplation of like the idea of the colonies, and this piece made at a time of Trump's first regime acquisition here in the United States. It was thinking, contemplating the idea of the separation of families and of microfamilies in America. The fact that I am, my story is the same, of being a refugee, but a family that, of parents that were accepted and welcomed into this country in the early 60s, and being terrified to think that that standard that I thought was standard is absolutely rubbish today. Yeah. And the last piece is MoMA, which you can see over in the other building. This piece is simply just songs from life. The narrative is in the paintings, in the way that they travel through the space. The narrative is leveled, exemplified, and lifted out through the song titles. Each wall is a song title, several song titles strung together to create a kind of pathway through the painting, being that it's abstraction. People might not necessarily want to engage in it in a meaningful way, but it's there in the color and structure. And then also the history of the museum itself as a congregation center for the idea of art and what art does to create community and bringing people together in discussion, even if in disagreement.
Beautiful. And I'll pause here so we can see all three projects from the MTA system together. So I'll open it up for our conversation. I want to know a little bit more about how you each arrived at abstraction, if you have a background that's more formal training or if you just dove right in. Maybe, Lisa, do you want to start since you spoke first?
Yeah, I mean, I was a figurative painter. Oh, sorry. I was a figurative painter. I mean, I think the nature of abstraction is sensibility. It's not depiction. And so the complex feelings I was having about race and culture were feelings I was having in places I would go and people I would meet. So I was trying to replicate that and ask questions around that in the work. And abstraction was really the only tool to do that for me, because once I brought figuration into it or depictions of myself, it became much more political, declarative narratives, and that is not what I was interested in. So, so abstraction was the tool, but I also think, well, anyway, I won't go into it. It's too much art history. But anyway, yeah, so that's how I came to it, and I really believe in it as a source for like a visceral response to a situation.
I guess I'm next.
It's conversation, so feel
You're
free.
okay with that, right?
No, it's all good.
Okay. When I think about abstraction, I actually was making a project that dealt with graffiti, and I made this piece called Disciple that was mimicking 13 the graffiti writers, and I put it on a pegboard, and I realized that language for me was too confining, and if I wanted to break out of language, then I needed to become abstract. And so in 2012, I believe, maybe a little bit before that, I started to think about, okay, how am I going to create a visual language that's based in abstraction that talks about hip hop, my nationality, meaning New Yorican, but also can be flexible to be like a flower, a bicycle, the sun, like something that was like all encompassing and general. And so I decided to create Black Gold, which is a 50-shape matrix that I use throughout my whole practice. I use black gold, and then I use these three other variations, which are the intersecting shapes in black gold itself. So that's where it came from. Abstraction for me is like geometry is like breaking down reality into form and then giving it presence through color. and then creating space in between so that you can figure out where one lives and where one doesn't live, and its relationship in between those two spaces, in between those two shapes, in between those two experiences, or whatever the case. Okay, I'm done.
That's great. Thank you. For me, abstraction, really, I started out as a figurative artist as well in school, but I realized looking back, I didn't fully understand what I was doing. I really, it was the adjunct visiting artist, the conceptual artist I was meeting at Ohio State and University, and seeing Joseph Kossuth's chair piece and realizing, oh my God, that it's a question, it's a proposition here, and it's a space to think through. Because if I look back and think of looking at Jackson Pollock or Joan Mitchell or de Kooning, I'm thinking like, what am I looking at? Am I supposed to like this? Like, you're not really supposed to like that. You have to learn how to like that. And you're educated through all these systems to know why it's important, let's say. But like what you're saying about like escaping language, you know, it's not that the conceptual art thing in relationship to language and idea was about just grabbing hold to some kind of construct. In fact, as you learn about those spaces between things and the vastness of how you can approach this sense of being in so many ways, you realize that language is like the problem.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
really the problem in the whole way in ideation. So when it comes to like engaging abstraction, I'm amazed at how many ways you can enter to this idea of space being an awareness that is always a continual challenge of trying to escape the bounding, suppressing nature of language, whether it's gender, identity, culture, anything, biracialness, anything. So, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about what you were saying about looking at some of these great works of great artists of abstraction. I'm wondering, how would you want to teach someone to look at your projects in the MTA system if they need something to latch onto? What do you want them to be thinking about or take away from your work?
I'm not going first, Lisa, that's you.
I'm just thinking about this notion. I think abstraction is a language, and like so like when you have a ruled line, you feel it as measurement. You know, when you have a fast brushwork or mark, you feel it as an action and with the body. The other is not the body. So I want people to feel when they see the work in the subway, and that's been an amazing thing, by the way. I want them to feel through the language of abstraction and color and form and shape and bits, big and small, the rhythm and the action of the space that I was given to address. I mean, the difference about being a studio artist and being a public artist, and these two have done public work, I have not till this project, is that I had to think about the space, right? I don't have to think about the space in a gallery, a white cube. I can put up the paintings and bigger or smaller or whatever. But this, I had to think about that curved wall, and what to do with that curved wall that would, you know, kind of give a sense of congestion and expansion. So I had that curved space to make smaller bits, so you felt it was tighter, like a subway train, like, or, you know, getting down the stairs, or when it opens up, when you get up into the open spaces and you're leaving the turnstile. So that kind of dialogue of how to use those, you know, components of shape, color, form, in conversation with that space was really important. And I felt, you know, the great thing about public work is random people see it, right? A gallery is like a curated zone, like collectors, you know, your friends, whatever. But like random people see it and they contact you. They look me up on the Hunter College website and they send me an email and they tell me what they think and what they feel. And it's like, it's been right on every time. And that's like been a thrill, like just to have someone that doesn't have to talk to you. They don't have to say, nice show. They don't know me, right? So like, but they took the effort, they were there, they responded. There's been people like wanting their buildings on the Upper East Side to have work in it because like, it's just, they're talking to, one person said they're talking to their clueless, board members in their building, trying to talk to them about the importance of the work that they understand. I haven't talked to them. I didn't lecture them. They didn't read a catalog essay. So I think it's translated. You can, if you just don't get scared by abstraction, it's pretty easy, to understand. Is what I think.
For me, when I go into the environment, like if I'm commissioned to do something, I go multiple times to make sure I understand the community. And then I go for the slow burn. Like I think that sometimes gallery work is immediate, whereas public work, you really have to think about it burning for 20 years,
Or more.
Or more, or 100 years, hopefully. And you have to think about I think about not being so immediate. So it's like eventually when you're on the I think it's the Manhattan side. No, the Manhattan side has the nationalities. Well, I don't know, I don't remember. But one of them is stationary and one of them is not. And so for the stationary one, if you look at it for long enough, it becomes a meditative practice where you can see all Gestalt's principles being manifested if you actually give it that time. On the other side, it's all nationalities, so I'm trying to direct traffic. I'm trying to make people feel proud. I'm thinking about how does color change your commute. I'm thinking about how your frequency or the emotional frequency of a station can change the way that you engage with your day, the way you come home, the way you feel proud or you don't feel proud, or even the way that it can the artwork can completely change the emotional frequency of a place. And I think about those things, with the Kendall project, I think about how is this community gonna live with this for 20 years? Are they going to graffiti it? Or are they going to love it? And it's just I think about how can I create time? How can I control time in the experience so that our curator or a 7-year-old can enjoy it? Simple, but also complicated with time. And that's how I would like them to approach it. It's oh, this looks so simple. Give it 20 years and see what happens,
Could you rephrase your question again?
How do you expect people to be looking at your work if they don't have sort of a framework for abstract art? And what would you hope for them to take away from it?
Right. Okay, thank you. And first I want to say you're exactly right. Abstraction or art is language. And I think that we are always trying to go beyond or escape the limits of language in the process. It's important to understand that it is language, and language in history is that it becomes fixed, and we have to understand how the audience changes in as much as how ideas change around what we're looking at and how we understand it. So if art can go beyond itself and those limits, then I think it's doing something that's future-seeking and future-aware. For myself, it's as we just heard, trying to understand the space you're working in. And this was an earlier project for me, in fact, so I was not aware of all the complexities of what you might experience out there, or even, let's say, negative reaction to your work. It was just my intention as an artist to do the best and approach the best way I can to this community using the tools I bring to my practice: color, shape, and form. And so I was thinking about the speed of the subway, movement, light, direction, and a kind of horizon. So those are the things that I had to do for this piece, and I wanted to create for the piece. A lot of the things that happen after the fact, you just don't know. It was super interesting to hear about Thomas J. Price's piece and how that was realized by the audience. I was shocked when I read his articles about it. In the end of the day, it's not the artist's fault. If the artist is fully conscious and aware of what they're making and doing, then it's a matter of understanding that the public is a part of the experience. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'm going to turn it over to questions from the audience, if there's any. So we have anybody want to, or I'll ask some more. Or I'll ask another question to you then. If anyone wants to raise a hand, we'll wait for the mics to run around.
Someone up there.
Oh.
It's hard to see.
Okay, in the back.
Thank you. Well, it's great seeing all these projects. Lisa, about you were talking about how it was a process to be your paintings in the studio, and then how that was going to physically translate to another material. Did you like that? And would you do more?
Oh yeah, in a second. So anyone, sign me up, okay? The scary part was releasing control, and that it was no longer paint. I'm invested in oil paint, you know. So, and I don't know Michael Meyer, you know, okay, he was a nice guy, but he got a digital image of a painting, and he sent some samples to the MTA, and they were amazing, right? But there were things that were off, right? One of them, a practical thing, was purple can't be done, okay? It's like it's something you can't do it. So there was a lot of purple in one of the paintings. And so I got to go to Munich and work with them there, where they had me paint on glass. They did everything they could to create this purple as close as possible. And we couldn't do it, so we came up with a secondary way of optically mixing color to make purplish. But I never saw this piece till it was being installed. And so I'm like, this is where I teach, this is where I live, Hunter College. I think if this is a disaster, I look really bad. So like random people, everyone going to a doctor goes through that station for some reason. So I was getting these random calls like, Lisa, I think your work is going up, but I really didn't see it till the end. And that's, that shows the professionalism of a vendor, right? They know how to translate, and that was, you've got to give over trust to someone if you're going to have them interpret your work. And so I was thrilled, but I was a nervous wreck, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, it's a beautiful piece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Odelia or Glenelise, you want to respond to that as well?
For me, working with a fabricator strips down everything, meaning I have my non-negotiables. These are things I have to have no matter what. And then I have the conceptual spine. It's like, I'm going to hold on to this concept for dear life. And then everything else is, I'm very flexible, not very flexible, but I'm a Virgo, I am mutable. And I think just as long as it keeps to the conceptual spine and it keeps to my non-negotiables and it's possible, I also really love purple, that's impossible, so I don't try. There's certain things that the medium just can't do, so you have to accommodate.
Yeah, I remember that really, that matte black.
Yeah, the matte black I love.
There's actually, if you get close to it, it's like green and brown, like all different colors, but your eye interprets it as this like really rich matte black.
Yes, because so when I'm talking to the fabricator, there's certain things that are important for me. It's not just shape, it's like I am using the material and I'm pushing the material as much as I can. I'm very interested in matte, I'm very interested in glossy, I'm interested in line, I'm interested in how big the shape of the smalty is in comparison to the other, what it's next to. So I'm really playing with the form a lot. That's why I can be a lot more flexible, I guess, because I'm really interested in the form as a materiality itself. And the image can alter a little bit. I think I have some trouble. Kendall, you can say I have some trouble, but I'm getting more flexible as I get older.
Yeah, Odelia, you talked about working with your fabricator to get that like really crisp line and the color perfect. But do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to follow up and say, just it's like you can have a bad fabricator, let's say, or people who are not aware of who you are. As you said, just have to make yourself clear. But once that's the case, then hopefully, if they're a great fabricator, they're going to make you be the best you in what you produce, and at the same time, open your eyes to possibilities of what is there for your work. And that's the best kind of collaboration. Yeah.
I would say that it made me very clear and more architectural in my decision making.
Yeah. All right. We're in our red zone, so I think we'll leave it there. That was really great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our panelists. I think this has already been such a rich and informative conversation, and there's more to come. We're going to take a quick break, but I ask you to be back promptly in 10 minutes for a special performance by MTA Music. So we'll see you back.
Hey, hey, 1, 2. From the rats to the urine, I've been there and back. And during all the time I spent, I never felt like Frank. I've been to all the right places. I've seen, quote, all the right faces, end quote. I've just been left feeling compromised out here in New York. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Find what you're made of out here in New York. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Find what you're made of out here in New York, New York, New York. Thank you.
Si tu è vero, fuggitemi, solo mi sta nell'affro. Così eroico amore. Io sono franca ingenua, altre cercar difetti, non trovare di vendicarmi amore. Misterioso
Okay, I hope everyone is feeling quite energized now after the break. While we set up for the next panel, could we get another hand for our musical performers? Joya Bravo, Jose Heredia, and Rachel Iper, and the Dingo Neck Street Band. Thank you to all of our performers for sharing their musical talent, and please keep an ear out for them on your next subway commute.
So this is why we live and work in New York, right? That was so incredible. It was so incredible. And I can't tell you how thrilling it is to be here today amongst so many friends and colleagues. And a big thank you to the MTA team, particularly Bridget, for keeping us motivated and excited about our topic, and to MoMA for creating space for these discussions. So our panel, Stewardship for a Living Collection, actually, we can see what it is, explores elements of care, maintenance, and visibility that are part of keeping a collection relevant to surrounding communities. As compared to a museum, the collection is permanently on view. There's no storage space. There's no taking it off the floor and bringing it back into another exhibition. It's there all the time. In its place of origin, by the way, because the works we're looking at are site responsive. Ideas about how long is permanent, I have found, are not uniform. They can be, it's a really wide range. So the administrators that are working on this must kind of have to figure out what happens with the artwork and how to take care of it with a minuscule, right? Minuscule funding stream that doesn't tap into the funds that were generated to create the artwork in the first place. So this topic is of particular interest to me because having been involved with the first New York City Percent for Art projects that actually included a few subway stations, So many, yeah, back in the beginning. I was curious, like, what has happened to these projects? So over the last year, I've been interviewing artists that I worked with back in the 80s to see what has happened to their artworks and to learn how does it fit in their overall trajectory. And this has given me insight into how much goes into stewardship and how creative it can be. And tremendous respect and admiration for my colleagues who are taking care of these, I would say, intrepid and ingenious colleagues who are taking care of these collections. So for today's panel, we'll hear brief presentations followed by a conversation. First, we'll hear from Jackie Chang, who we have actually already heard from, I believe, in the video. But she's going to be talking about how she's dedicated her practice to public art projects around the nation. You can see her work in Miami Children's Courthouse in Florida and the Charlotte area transit system in North Carolina, among other places. She's going to share her inspiration for making work in civic space today and her unique experience of having created an artwork in 2000 at the Metropolitan G Station and then returning to expand on it just last year in 2024. Next, Deputy Director of the MTA Art and Design, Cheryl Hageman, will share her insights about stewarding the collection that we're just appreciating of over 400 artworks throughout the region, and her in-depth knowledge of materials and fabrication that has helped secure the success of projects throughout the system for the past 2 decades. And then finally, we'll hear from the Director of Public Art for Public Schools at the New York School Construction Authority, Tanya Duvernay, who manages over 2,000 artworks. And not just artworks from the last 40 years, but from the 1900s to today. And during her tenure, she has overseen the commissioning, design, and fabrication and installation of over 200 permanent commissions. So you're just getting to understand how amazing this public art world of New York is. And so let's start with you, Jackie.
Is this on? Okay, great. So in 1997, I was given the opportunity to propose a project for the Metropolitan Lorimer Station in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. And when I started to think about the project, I wanted to look into the history of mosaic in the Greek and Roman time period. Next slide, please. What I found was how aligned that practice was to my own personal practice of using text and image. So on this floor mosaic is a skeleton with a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine. And the text reads, "Be cheerful, enjoy life." And as I was looking at it, I'm like, the messaging between the slogan and the skeleton was really curious to me because it really opened up the interpretation between these two things, image and text. So I found other examples. Next slide, please. This was actually a mosaic found in what archaeologists believe was a municipal nursing home. And the text reads, Peace on the Elders. Next slide, please. And this mosaic is at a public bathhouse in Rome, no, in Italy, and it reads, "Wash well with sandals." And I started to really think about how much we would need to know or understand to interpret what this relationship is. Next slide, please. Through my research, I was also really inspired by the detailing and care in which art was incorporated into civic spaces. This is a public bathhouse in Pompeii in the Forum, and it started to make me understand how this practice of art and public space was really reflective of a thriving society. And it has informed the way I think about how public space should be produced that incorporate art to elevate the quality of public life. Next slide, please. The incorporation of art into public space can capture a city's movement. Next slide, please. It connects us to our past. Next slide, please. It provides a safer environment for us. It also gives us a moment of the sublime. Next slide, please. As well as the imagined. Next slide, please. For my project, Signs of Life, at the Metropolitan Lorimer Station, I really centered my work around providing food for thought as riders rush through the station. And I've lived in Williamsburg for over 30 years, and during the 25 years that this piece has been in the station, I have seen numerous people take photographs of it. I have also received lots of emails with stories and comments, including one about how they really wanted to discuss the meaning of it and how this piece really confused them. I've also received emails inquiring about the typeface, the names of them. And I've actually also received an email requesting if they could use one of the compositions for a tattoo. Recently, my husband told me that his physical therapist told him that he had moved, he grew up in the Williamsburg neighborhood, and he had moved away for college and had worked out of state for years, but had decided to move back to Williamsburg to be closer to family. And when he got off the train and saw these mosaics, he knew he made the right decision. And it meant so much to him that images of this work hangs in his living room. Now, this interaction I would have never had, showing in a gallery or in a museum. And also because it has been 25 years, it allows me to understand how the existence of art in public space is really about creating an audience that does not go to museums or galleries. And they are still very inspired, and they do pay attention to what is going on around them. So, next slide, please. So in, 2003, I think, Arts and Design approached me and asked me if I would consider expanding on the project. And I felt great responsibility. However, the expansion allowed me to create 2 new pieces, and I really wanted to stay aligned with my original concepts and aesthetic. Next slide, please. as well as expand on the themes of the earlier compositions. Next slide, please. We also moved 2 pieces that were on the other side of the station, bringing them closer to the other compositions. Next slide, please. And the renovation allowed greater viewing for 2 pieces in the station. The entire project really felt like it gave a refreshed look at the work after 25 years. And I think this is what's really important in public art, and it requires a team to be very focused on its creation, its preservation, and its evolution. And essentially, this work belongs to the public. So public art for me is not gallery art, it is not studio art, it is not museum art, it's living art. And it's art that tells the story of us. Thank you.
I just wanted to interject how important it is to go back to the artist, and how I commend you folks for going back to the original artist here and working her in with the changes that were happening in the station. And that doesn't always happen.
No, it
and
does
so
not.
that is a really great
Yeah.
example. So next to Cheryl.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation and share more on the topic of stewardship as it relates to arts and design, particularly at this 40-year milestone. I think we got to go back a couple. It's okay. This one's perfect. Thank you. We'll start here. So what is collection stewardship? For arts and design, it's an ongoing process that involves these key components. First, risk management, which means making choices that ensure a long life. Inventory and documentation, which translates to having a complete understanding of the artwork and record keeping. Next, the most obvious, maintenance, which involves monitoring artwork condition, cleaning, and providing additional care as needed. And lastly, policy and ethics, which is establishing and upholding best practices for collection management. Today, I'll focus on the stewardship of our 400 permanent artworks installed throughout the MTA system, opening with 2 dramatic before and after shots to illustrate the impact of this work. Milton Glazer's piece at Astor Place is one of our first commissions, and Monica Bravo's piece, if we can go back one slide, that's okay. And Monica Bravo's piece that we see here was installed 3 decades later. Thank you. Conservation starts at the earliest stages of a project, even before we issue the call for artists. I don't know. Do you want me, should I click? That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll it's good. It's fine. Yeah, it's good to. It's fine. It's good to have a moment to laugh. I appreciate it. Okay, so conservation starts at the earliest stages of a project, even before we issue the call for artists, which we see here. We make decisions about placements and materials that affect the longevity of the work. Stewardship done well preserves the artist's vision, protects the public investment, and supports long-term relationships with the community. Our artwork is intended to remain in place for the life of a station, which is an expectation of 30+ years and typically well beyond. We work with a limited range of robust mediums, and although we're certainly known for mosaics, they make up only about 1/4 of our projects. We have nearly as many metal projects and significantly more work in various forms of glass. It's noteworthy that the program, started in 1985, But the first mosaic project wasn't installed until 1992, and the first glass project in 1993. Before that, roughly 36 projects were produced in porcelain enamel, ceramic, bronze, steel, and more. And many of these works remain in place and in good condition today. In the early years, placement of materials were a bit more experimental, and over time, we've learned what materials and locations perform best. Mosaic is often the right choice for an underground station, but the MTA system includes many elevated New York City transit stations and above-ground Metro North and Long Island Railroad stations, each requiring different material considerations. Artists work with the approved fabricators chosen by the artist to translate their designs into durable materials. Stewardship, that's okay. Stewardship is also the responsibility of the project manager who supports the artist through this process and keeps records for future maintenance needs. This is often the artist's first time working in the chosen material, and it's often their first public artwork, as was the case for fiber artist Zenobia Bailey, whose crocheted pieces we see in the upper left, which were digitized, enlarged, and translated into glass mosaic. Other examples, Alex Katz's paintings were replicated by hand in glass, and Nick Cave's iconic sound suits were reproduced in glass mosaic. This really is a living collection. Certainly there are challenges that come with having a collection installed over 5,000 square miles in a 24/7 transit system. When artwork lives in the public realm, that means that anything that can happen eventually will. Environment, weather, vandalism, and age deliver a lot of surprises. In recent years, construction impact has led to the removal of a few works, which is something we do everything in our power to avoid. But construction impact has also brought several opportunities to expand works, like Jackie's that we just heard about, and make other types of upgrades. Very recently, we were able to refinish this piece from 1990 at Grand Central. Public art collections bring art outside the walls of museums and into everyday life. Our collection is as accessible as the MTA system, and it's intended for people of all ages and backgrounds, and that's as true today as it was 40 years ago when the program started. When people feel the art is for them, it becomes part of their story, and they become stewards of the work too.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to MTA Arts and Design for the invitation to participate in this symposium and to celebrate your 40th anniversary. Congratulations. Public Art for Public Schools is the steward of New York City Schools' art collection and the only program of its kind in the country. Our mission is twofold. We both commission new art for new school buildings and oversee the care and maintenance of the existing artworks. The collection consists of over 2,000 objects, the majority of which are site-specific and permanent, dating from the late 19th century to today. They are sited in 670 buildings across the 5 boroughs in both interior and exterior locations. The collection is widely diverse in materials and in styles, with examples mirroring the major art movements of the last 125 plus years. The collection is unique, and therefore its care and maintenance is unique, and pose unique challenges. It is a museum collection housed in 670 different pre-K through 12 schools, serving 1 million students, staff, parents, and community members. Many artworks are within reach, easily accessible, and exposed to physical contact. They are not only touched, but leaned on and brushed up against on a regular basis. That said, the collection is in remarkably good condition. In addition to maintaining a database, conducting site visits, and an annual inventory, collection management projects are focused primarily on cleaning and maintenance. As school buildings are often occupied almost year-round, there are great limitations to when we can schedule our work, resulting in concentrated efforts during school breaks and select periods during summer. School buildings are often used throughout the summertime, for those that are not aware. I was asked to speak about specific conservation project. I'm actually going to share two of those. They are two recent projects that reflect different ways in which we've been able to undertake large-scale projects. The first is this 1936 oil on plaster. It's a mural by Paul Lawler in the Library of Bayard Rustin Educational Complex in Manhattan. As you can see here, it's located in the upper portion, upper 4.5 feet of the school's library, and occupies just over 820 square feet. This is the east view. You can go next slide. This is the west view. And then I have one I thought really takes us back in time and shows us how long this piece has been here. We're going to guess maybe the 50s somewhere. Circa, I don't have an exact date. Okay, next slide, please. It was discovered that sometime prior to 1983, the mural was completely overpainted. Testing was undertaken, confirming the mural was gratefully intact, below what turned out to be multiple layers of paint. Next slide. Recovery and conservation work was led by the late conservator Luca Benetti and his extraordinary team, who worked painstakingly on one small section at a time, typically completing one large panel or two small panels annually. Recovery was aided by the fact that the mural was not cleaned before the initial coat of overpaint was applied. The accumulation of dirt and dust from the old coal heating system provided an insulating layer between the artwork and the overpaint, facilitating easier overpaint removal. That's one positive takeaway, right? Next slide. No, this is perfect. About a third of the way into the project, Benetti and his team developed a unique removal technique that allowed for much faster removal. We see that technique here in this image and shows removal in progress. And then we can go to the next slide, and then the completed overpaint removal. Pretty extraordinary, right? It was like that for every single panel as we watched it be revealed. It was a gift each and every time. Next slide, please. After more than 15 years of incremental work, all panels are now uncovered. A final phase of restoration work, including consolidation and in-painting, is still underway. Okay, next slide. The second project is a two-part installation by Donna Dennis at PS 234 Manhattan. The first part consists of the fence, 14 powder-coated steel panels installed within that fence, totaling about 200 linear feet. And the second part is of 13 terracotta medallions installed above the fence and within the school facade along Greenwich and Warren Streets. A capital improvement project by the School Construction Authority required the removal of the artworks during construction. This provided an opportunity to clean, restore, and conserve the artworks while off-site. Here we see the fence removal conducted at night, as is typical for construction projects on school property while school is in session. The panels were sandblasted and powder-coated off-site. Next slide. Here we see the delivery of the finished pieces, also at night, talking about also the limitations and challenges of when we can do our work. And next slide, please. Here we see the conservation of the medallions was undertaken by Jablonski Building and Associates. Mary Jablonski and her team of experts oversaw the removal that was done by the general contractor. And then the medallions were transported to their facility for cleaning and conservation. And then we see here being reinstalled when the adjacent construction work was finished. And next slide. Oh, there's one more. And next slide. And here we see both artworks reinstalled, and this only took 1 year, the completed project with both artworks reinstalled. Thank you.
Thank you all. That Donna Dennis project is actually a project that I worked on at Percent for Art, and it was before Public Art for Public Schools started. But it was the first time that the city had done a fence. And so we had taken some of the budget from the fence and applied it to the artist to be able to do it. And it was Also, shortly before it was time to install it, the board of ed at the time recognized that, oh my God, we can't open the school without the fence, and the fence is the artist's responsibility, and what's going to happen? And so it did happen. But I think this sort of leads into my next question, which is, I think back in those early days, we were experimenting a lot. We were trying, like, what can artists do? Let's give them a new assignment. Let's find something new. But now you folks have the accumulated knowledge of taking care of all of these things. And how does looking back at this, at what you're stewarding, affect how you commission new things? And you alluded to this, that you don't start the call to artists until you know, think about that, but maybe you could go into a little more detail. What does that really mean? How do you think about approaching a new site based on what you know about how you have to maintain it down the line? Yeah, both of you.
Starting first.
Go ahead, particularly, you might have to, yeah.
A lot of thought and careful consideration goes into our commissioning process. I can say that on a continual basis, maybe to exhaustion, sometimes to my staff, we're constantly thinking about what I call takeaways. Yes, we may say lessons learned, but takeaways. Every site is different, every location is different. It's doing site visits, and we do have this unique opportunity of going out into the field and seeing how these works have lived and how they've been experienced. We do conduct those annual site visits, we hope annual, to see how an artwork is really being used, experienced in these spaces that we do not run, we do not oversee. They go off and have another life. So we're careful, and I think that we've made numerous changes throughout the years to just fine-tune the process, whether it's location selection, material requirements, and restrictions. I know it's hard for artists sometimes to hear what is not allowed or what we really don't want you to do. The idea of having a work run ceiling to floor sounds fabulous, but in reality, knowing that it's going to get bumped in that lower section has now produced a new requirement for our team is artworks need to be 24 inches off the ground, and that's for their betterment. So that's just an example of some of the implementations of what we've been thinking about, how to better commission artworks so that they last and look their best.
So how's my piece looking? Yeah.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
Yes, certainly there are a lot of restrictions that we have to share with artists that I think sort of, I always worry are a bit stifling during that creative process, but will definitely ensure a much longer life for the piece. One thing I think, comparing what we're able to do now versus some of the choices that were made in the earlier works, I know that the MTA, for safety reasons, has imposed a lot more restrictions on sort of distance when you're working near the tracks or a platform edge, and some of the early works were placed in locations that were acceptable at that time, but now have become very difficult for us to maintain for that reason. And in some cases, we're looking into moving them further away so that we can keep them on view, but be able to maintain them more easily.
That it's so important for artists to work really closely with their project managers. And it's very different, as I said, than taking something from your studio and putting it up. So, and you have to work with your architects and often the interior designers. So there are multiple people, and it's really, really collaborative to be open to that. And the more details that you provide us, the better I think the artists will be able to propose something that is viable.
So check, right? When they say don't put it all the way down to the floor, there's a good reason. So we've seen the kinds of, like, the really extensive care that goes into maintaining these works, like a year to take care of that painting, which probably, who knows how long it took to paint in the first place. But as you're surveying the projects, have you found other ways to recontextualize the earlier works, to represent them to the public that, when in cases where you can't go through the whole restoration, but you want to refresh it in some way?
Well, the example that I have is actually less directly related to the permanent works themselves and more just the way that we share them with the public. I guess a couple of ways that I'd like to share is one, the Poetry in Motion program, where we are pairing details of images from typically our permanent art, but it can be any of the different programs that we work in, with the poetry that's selected by Poetry Society of America. And because of these works, the poems are on view both in the trains and on the digital screens throughout the system, it does, I think, expose a lot of people to works that they otherwise have not encountered in person. I hope that it gets them curious about going to see that work. And to that point, we are now on the Bloomberg Connects app, which is a pretty incredible thing. If you are not using that app, please, I would encourage you to download it. Arts and Design is one of hundreds of programs that are listed, and we have an interactive map which allows you to click on any station in the system and learn more about the artwork that is there. And another very important thing to note, we got the little teaser of the video that includes an interview with Jackie, and there are more interviews that are in the works that you can look forward to in the new year. And I think one I want to highlight is Bill Brandt's Mass Transiscope project that was installed in 1980. And still to this day is certainly a New Yorker favorite. It's one that people want to talk to me about a lot. It has somehow stood the test of time for 45 years. It was not designed for permanence. It was not designed before we were thinking about any of the things that I've just listed. But that's an incredible thing, and it was originally funded by Creative Time, and it has since been brought into our collection. It had a major restoration in 2008, and you can learn more about that project in Bill's interview. That's going to be one of the audio features in the new year.
Can you remind people where that is? Is it the D train or the?
Well, so the way to see it, it's in a defunct station, but you can view it if you're on the Manhattan-bound B or Q, just after you leave DeKalb.
Yeah, that was when I first moved to New York, had just been installed, and it was like so thrilling to see it every day from Brooklyn. So today's talks have delved into the importance of working in the public realm, and Jackie, you just gave us some great advice, but I'm wondering if anyone else has advice you'd give for artists thinking about work today and how to project into the 30-year future or into the future of how to think about that.
You're looking at me because
no,
my work has been around for 25 years now. I think it's really important for artists to understand what's the magic in their work. And then to approach a proposal or a project with that in mind, because it allows you to be more effective in collaboration. It also makes it really easier for administrators to explain your work to others. And I think it allows the work to have a longer life. Because often if we don't understand what the magic is in our work, we can't take our work and apply it to a medium that we're not familiar with. So if you feel that, it's really important that you capture how the translucency of paint. And I think other artists have talked about it earlier, it's really, really difficult to do. And on a very, on material that is permanent or on metal. So my advice is be really, really focused on the magic of your work and how that could translate in a public setting, in permanent material, and that it will not look dated in 25 years. That's the hard part, actually.
I see that we have a few minutes, like 3 minutes for questions, because I asked that extra question. So are there any questions? Yes.
I think it's very helpful to hear the stories behind.
Oh, here, let's give you the microphone so others can hear.
I think it's very helpful to hear the stories behind the artwork, and I want to maybe suggest that there be some sort of program, archival program created to have the individual artists who created the individual works somehow speak about their project and what their ideas were, and that become a digital archive. It could be done pretty easily by contacting the artists and giving them someone who's going to record the story, and then actually add that to the MTA website, the public school website or so that the stories, whether if the artists are still alive, they continue to kind of carry on, and it gives the community a better understanding of what they're seeing. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a great suggestion to take it a little bit further, right? And I think, we had the opportunity to speak when Sandra and I were working on the book project a couple of years back, and we certainly kept the recording of that conversation, but I think until we are able to figure out how to digitize and make available all those recordings, just having had those conversations and synthesizing them into book form or website or whatever means we have to make them available to the public is really important.
I think it's an important component to also like what we call our maintenance form, right? Like what does an artist have to fill out and say how to take care of this artwork, ideas, information about how it was created, fabrication, et cetera, installation. But I think also the artists in their own words, their intent, something beyond just an artist statement about the work, but that experience and relating all of it, absolutely things that we've all been talking about, just figuring out the right medium to share that with and create that with.
Yeah, I actually find that the interviews I've been doing with artists lately to talk about what their intention was back in 1988 and how they recognize that now, and sometimes they learn so much from it, right? So that longevity story is also an important one to tell.
I think we just get older. I also wanted to add, for me, the most interesting stories have been from the people who have contacted me.
Yeah.
Strangers, just, how, and when I see them on Instagram, like people taking pictures in front of it, and how they engage with it, like they would be holding up the words, or I think that is also really interesting in terms of how the work is being experienced.
And is it successful? I was thinking about that too. Like in some schools, we have like the artwork is the backdrop for every student's social media, Instagram, text, whatever. That for them is successful. I would expand ours, but yes, exactly.
Well, I think our time has come to a close, and thank you all for listening, and thank you all for sharing your insights.
Okay, hi everyone. Quick transition here, but I think some of those last conversations about hearing from the artists, learning the history of the projects and the stories behind them are exactly what our panel, Embedded Histories, Resonant Places, is really all about. So I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you to MTA Arts and Design for the invitation. Congratulations on your anniversary. And looking forward to really talking about how the projects that Siobhan Nichols, David Rios Ferreira, and Jean Shin, how they really contribute, intersect, and add value, I think, to the communities, to the places and sites in which they're embedded. Oops. Wow, we're all having so much luck with this clicker. Before I turn to them, I just want to begin by saying, well, I'm Susana Temkin. I'm interim chief curator at El Museo del Barrio, which is just uptown from where we are now. I hope you all know, in East Harlem, El Barrio, which is a neighborhood that is rife with public art, including many works that have come under the commission of MTA Arts and Design. So just to name two, one is this amazing work by Nitze Tufino called Neo Borinquen, which not only, in my case, provides important wayfinding to visitors at the 103rd Street S6 train station so that you know how to get to El Museo, but also, I feel, provides this really interesting psychic connection between the Puerto Rican diaspora and the homeland of Borinquen, Puerto Rico, through these tile murals that have been recently refurbished and that reference the Taíno petroglyphs that you might see in the caves in Puerto Rico, and that here Nitze has reinterpreted into our own subterranean system that is the subway. And then now above ground, and I'm really pleased to share that in addition to the artists on the panel, this artist, Jorge Luis Rodriguez, is here in the audience with us. A new landmark in East Harlem at the 116th Street Park Avenue Viaduct. This piece is called Harlem Melodic Moments. And again, is a project that really engages with the specific site of 116th Street above La Marqueta, which those of you in the summer, I encourage you to come. You'll hear it before you see it, but is a real gathering place for salsa dances. And here we can see how Jorge Luis combined his well-known abstract motifs into images of musicians and dancers. So, from East Harlem, we'll now move across 4 different boroughs here in New York City through the work of the artists who I'm going to briefly introduce, and then we'll hear from them. So Siobhan Nichols is an interdisciplinary artist who creates immersive experiences through textiles, prints, installations, sculptures, and public art. Through reinterpreting Afro-Caribbean diasporic histories, mythologies, and personal narratives, she strives to evoke ancestral wisdom from objects and to weave research stories into artworks that function as both archives and rituals. David Rios Ferreira makes drawings, sculptures, and installations that explore the past through layered visual languages. In the process, he creates new forms that embody imagined histories and reveal how memory is carried and transformed. And Jean Shin creates sprawling and often public sculptures that transform accumulations of discarded objects into powerful monuments that interrogate our complex relationships between material consumption, collective identity, and community engagement. And of course, I encourage you all to look further into each of their careers, trajectories. And now, Siobhan, you'll kick off our conversation. We're going in order of most recent works to, well, Jean, you have a few works that you'll tell us about, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Susanna, for introducing us. I'm really looking forward to our conversation. I also want to just say congratulations to the art and design team for 40 years, celebrating 40 years, and I'm very proud to be now a part of that history with my Land Between Open Water public artwork that you're seeing here on screen. You're seeing these 2 out of 8 painted steel panels that are set into the walls of the platform of the station, which is at the Westchester Square East Tremont Station in the northeast section of the Bronx. And the panels are about 6 feet tall and a little wider than 5 feet. And they're paying homage to the first peoples, the first caretakers of the land, the indigenous Siwanoy, people who were a regional group of the Lenape here in New York. And they inhabited this area in the Bronx as early as the 13th century. And they referred to this territory in this northeast section of the Bronx as Snackapin, which translates to the land between open water, and that is the title of the work that you're seeing here. And I was able to do this amazing research and learn about the history of this land at the National Museum of the American Indian. And it was there that I discovered these amazing archaeological documents of all of these excavations that were conducted in this northeast section of the Bronx in 1917 to 1919. And what those excavations revealed were all of these earth pits that are scattered all over this territory in the Bronx. And what was inside of those earth pits were artifacts and relics. And so it's those artifacts and relics that serve as the inspiration for my land between open water panels that you're seeing here. And so I'm just taking you on a journey and zooming in and showing you what was uncovered in those earth pits. So artifacts like the tortoise shell. And in another panel, I have a pile of the antlers and bone materials that were also found in those earth pits. And then I'm zooming out here, and I'm giving you a kind of cross-sectional view, a profile view of what those earth pits look like, the layers and the ingenuity of them. And then I'm zooming out a little further here. And I'm giving you the earth pits in the context of a modern day cityscape. And I have to say that I share this station with pioneer artist Romeo Bearden, right? No pressure. And his iconic glass work called City of Light, also known as City of Glass. And so what I wanted to do here was really unify our stories, you know, bridge our stories. He's telling this modern day cityscape story, and I'm telling the history of the land. And so what I'm doing here is illustrating the city, the modern day cityscape, just laying right on top of the earth pits. And it's a way to just remind us not only of the history that we're surrounded by, but also the history that's really laying just below our feet. And I'll pass it to David.
Hello, hello. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. It's been an amazing few hours. And again, congratulations to the MTA. And like Siobhan says, I'm also honored to be a part of this family. I mean, Gina and I were just talking about like seeing so many familiar faces, and it's building a community in a way that I didn't expect. And so I'll give you some overview of my station. Again, my name is David Vizferjeda, and I have the 7th Avenue station off the F&G line in Park Slope. And it's approximately 700 square feet of mosaic tile between a passageway along the northern mezzanine, closer to the 7th Avenue entrance, and a series of about 12 ad niches or recesses that are both at the 7th Avenue entrance and the 8th Avenue entrance. And so when you enter the station, visitors they encounter a variety of compositions that are various depictions of turtles or turtle-like motifs that are both emerging from, expelling, transforming from a variety of visual detritus, from architectural diagrams, landmarks within the neighborhood, historical references, historical markers and images that are specific to that site, but also personal connections, narratives and stories of my growing up in New York City, growing up as a native New Yorker, but also Puerto Rican, and thinking about those cultural connections, and something that we'll dive into a little bit later. I was inspired by the proximity of the station to Prospect Park and the beloved turtles that live in the lakes and ponds there, specifically the snap turtle and the red ear slider, which I thought were interesting because they, much like my family came to the mainland, they also did not necessarily belong to Prospect Park, but thrive and are well beloved. And so just that as a jumping off point, thinking about also the history of Park Slope, the history of Brooklyn and its first peoples, and making those connections between the turtle as being the anchor to creation stories that are synonymous within the Lenape culture, but also within the Taino and Caribbean culture that I grew up in. And so these are a mix of various historical references that are specific to Park Slope, specific to Grand Army Plaza, specific to the area. And at the same time, there you go, I think this is the last one. I'm also trying to bridge this idea of, while considering the past, also maybe thinking about what the future holds. And so my attempt, or what I hope comes from the final installation, is whether or not we know these are our creators, these are things that help create and form our land, or if this is the next iteration and this is the formation of something new. And so that's why I was kind of interested in the mix between the chaos, the beauty, and the history of that area. And I'll pass it on to Jean to take us to our next spot.
Thank you so much. I think I have so much gratitude to be here tonight, and also to be in community with such amazing artists and arts administrators and people in the public art community. It is really the most generous people, and so I see you all, and it's been a delight. I wanted to say how, for me, it was nice to be able to do two projects within the MTA, and also within the city. So this is one of my first early projects that I did, and the invite was a train station in Queens. For me, it was incredibly special because Flushing, Queens is like being in Seoul, Korea. So we're talking about origin stories, so I said, I'll just go back home where I was born. And so it brought me back to Korea, and to look at the first artifact that unites us. And in the world, most people think of Korean Celadon as the heightened art and arts and culture. However, today as a contemporary artist, I kind of question, well, these are anonymous, often male. This tradition is about perfection, and I don't quite believe in all of that. I am still Korean, even though I am not perfect. So I really thought of, how do we celebrate imperfection? And how could these shards be a conduit, the broken shard? It could not function to serve tea, could not function to be a pottery. So the artist destroyed this work because it wasn't perfect. And I wanted to rescue it and bring it back to New York to be celebrated. So these are the mounds of leftover shards that the artists' artisanal shops would destroy. And to me, it was a land filled with treasures. And to me, the shard is a diaspora. Like, we are connected to this place, this history, even though we're not there. Maybe you speak the language, maybe you don't. Maybe you enjoy all the nuances of Korean K-pop and all of the fame. But before then, it was like represented by one shard in one museum. But it was the heightened art exported everywhere. And I wanted to also show this kind of cultural exchange that all the fabricators, all the potters who made them agreed to transport their discards to the New York City. There's so much labor. And then once the public art happens, I have this material and I feel ownership and accountability to it. So I continue to make beautiful other works. The sculpture exist in a form that's different than the public art that remains on a train station. And then moving forward, they contacted me back to say that I'm invited to submit and compete against a subway, which is where I commute all the time. But I thought it was a joke because there's a Second Avenue subway. And I said, okay, well, I know a few things. I've been in New York long enough. That doesn't exist. And it has been a New York story. Like, it's been in concept for a long time, unfunded. And ideas happen, and then they disappear. And then I thought about the generations of people who went through construction, lived through lots of construction, including the dismantling of the Second Avenue elevated trains. And you would think they would say, oh, we're getting the subway finally in our generation in the 30s and 40s, and they didn't. So I just thought it was so many missed opportunities, and here I am suggesting that the city is always in flux. Yes, construction, hopefully percent for arts in every renovation. So I wanted to transport people back into history to imagine as we go underground and they lost their elevated train. The research was in the Transit Museum and New York Historical Societies, people on the streetscape saying, I got my sky back. And then in the photographs, I saw all these beautiful New Yorkers commuting. And I said, well, it's when we always say art is for the public. Well, this public never got to see the Second Avenue, and here they are in the Second Avenue. And generations get to think about the intergenerational conversation, not just your own commute at your present moment, but you're really being transported in time and space. So your journey and your dialogue is not just in the future, waiting for those minutes on the platform. But also, with the loss of the elevated, we lost the ability to see the city from this view. So all these photographs were translated in glass as well to show this cityscape that is ever, forever changing. We are. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm so glad that we have this slide up so we can take a look at really how distinct each of your approaches are, the different materials, the different placements at these locations, which I hope we can get into in a moment. But one thing that I think unites all of you all, in addition to the kind of excavations that each of you have done, is what you just brought up, Jean, this idea of flux and time. And something that really strikes me is how you're all deeply engaged with the past and like very particular histories at each of these sites, but your projects are also very future thinking. They're not really confined to past or present. And I wonder if you wanted to maybe talk a little bit about the temporalities that your works engage with.
Well, I might just jump in and say, I always think of it as a continuum. Like, it's never, I'm here because of my past ancestors. And so I think the history is here. And if you look at any speck of any material or any place, it is a continuum that I want to point to. And so when people say, how long will the work be present, you know, or in the future, I feel like, but it's all the same.
For me, growing up as a kid in New York and growing up with the work, I'm thinking about that as well. I'm thinking about all the folks who this is a part of their daily lives, right? And how can they see something new every time they pass by it, but also how can they grow up with it, grow old with it, and take ownership of it, where they might even rename the station after a feature, right, of your work, which I remember doing with my family in Brooklyn in certain stops, right? And so just thinking about it like that, how, you know, how the piece will evolve with the aging community or the new community that's coming in, and what will it mean to them?
Yeah, and I think with my project, it was a mix of honoring this history that I couldn't quite grasp, even with the research, like what those lived experiences could be, but I also wanted to acknowledge it. And it's a funny thing when these projects come along, how sometimes things are happening at the same time. So while I'm working on this project, I was also working with indigenous activists in Utah as part of another project, and we were talking about science fiction and the indigeneity and Afrofuturism and how they sort of converged. And that was just something that was on my mind, and I thought, well, could also, while you're walking through the passageway, which you're seeing here, could that be a passage of time as you're walking? And quite frankly, when you're standing in that particular passageway, riders kind of get frustrated with you for standing still because they're trying to go, whether it's to go home or to go to where whatever adventure takes them. But that the idea of just amassing as much imagery as possible too, so that we're hinting at the sort of timelessness that public art can kind of be challenging to do, which I know we'll talk about too.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to mention the science fiction aspect of your work, David. And just a particular question to you. Can you tell us more about the palette of your piece, the beautiful rainbows that we're seeing?
So, funny story. And I don't know if this is the case for a lot of projects, but in the proposal stage, the work looks vastly different. So there was a number of discussions with Yaling, with Sandra, with Bridget about how this work was going to evolve. But one of the first initial things I was thinking about was just the trains, the station itself, sort of proximity to Gowanus, and I was learning a little bit more about the oyster preservation, oyster project, and that iridescence kept coming up as an image, and how that felt, again, coming from a natural world, but thinking about how futuristic it sort of gave this transitional ombre. So what you're actually looking at here is the tile working with the fabricator Miyoto and thinking about their artist, how we could kind of give the illusion of the iridescence. But if you're close enough and if you take your time, we actually snuck in actual iridescent tile so that there's a bit of like a shimmer. And again, that's where it sort of brings in a little bit of that whimsy and I hope a little bit of wonder into the piece.
Well, and David, I mean, I loved when we were having, our earlier conversation, you brought up what you just mentioned about how when you were studying the site, people were so mad that you were getting in the way. But maybe we can hear from the two of you also about like the actual placement and siting and how you're thinking about, the subway literally offers the platform for the work. But it's also a place where people are rushing, and depending on the location, like in the case of your work, you can also see it from the train itself as you're going by. So there's like the slow looking and also like this kind of zooming view. How did you think about that?
Yeah, also there are, we realized very early that it won't only be appreciated by the folks on the train or on the platform, but also you can see it probably about a block and a half away as well because of how high it is or how elevated it is. And then there are also buildings at the height of the platform. So there are folks who are like living with this piece as they look out their window every day. So I am taking that all into account, how many different folks are able to see the work. And that's why we were able to add also that gold, that yellowish color that you're seeing there. It does have a shimmer to it too, so that it can be appreciated, and it can be, whether it's an overcast day or a sunny day, you can see it from afar. Yes, and then thinking about the fact that I wanted it to change over time, and recognizing that I had nature to my advantage here, because then I could use light, I can use the shadows, for it to cast dramatic shadows, and for folks who are on their phones or occupied, maybe that's how I catch their attention. Maybe it's not because they're looking up, but they may be looking down and then see something quite interesting that captures their attention. And so taking advantage of that as well, but thinking about from all sides and even from afar from the street, how they can appreciate it and how it could tell a story, and possibly they can read aspects of the story no matter where they are.
I was similarly thinking about scale, and so in the Queens project, it's really a gift to the city, this beautiful ceramic, so it's not necessarily for those who are commuting. It's for the people on the street. So Northern Boulevard is it's like the artery of the city itself. And then really for the elevated train, it's really, we're going underground. So every band has a different color. You're in ceramics, a different material. It's bright and red, brings you in. And then when you're underground in the mezzanine, then it's soothing and skies and blues and black and white. And then the rush of the train, I wanted that golden silhouette of this material change again to be glass. So for me, it was really considered to marcate and orient people where they're going, but also disorient them, because the view is that you're elevated when you're deep underground in the platform.
I like that idea of disorienting people a little bit, breaking up the commute a bit. I mean, to that end, again, when we were talking, and you alluded to this earlier, and I think some of you talk about like my station. And I think we all, like, as New Yorker, I never feel more like a New Yorker than when I'm on the subway. You know, it's like where we're all together. And we all have like our station. It's like the station near your house or near your job, the stations that you're always at. So, I mean, maybe we can connect back to some of the stories we heard from the panels earlier. I'm curious, you know, have you heard from people reaching out to you about how your station is also their station and how those two histories and stories are connecting through your work?
I'll just jump in that it took me by surprise actually that I'll be at work or at an event like this or at gallery opening and somebody knows that that I worked on that station and they say, oh, that's where I either live there or my kid goes to camp in the area or you know, and I wondered when you get your station, so born and raised in New York City, but I'm a Bronx boy and a Queens boy, so Brooklyn was not necessarily native territory, and I didn't quite understand how much use, like how busy and bustling the 7th Avenue station is and how many people intersect it, whether they live in Brooklyn or not, actually. So I kind of hear it in person, which is kind of nice of what it does, and I think we heard this in some of the other panels, is those who are watching it, if that is your station, you're kind of curious when that sheet comes off, what's gonna reveal, like what the artwork's gonna be, or is it artwork or is it a pipe breaking? Like who knows, you know, like what we don't always know what's happening. So it's great to hear people's sense of relief when they like sort of see the final work, and to learn that they know the person who did it. It's kind of exciting. So, so yeah, I'm really honored when people sort of recognize that and in person.
And I might say that I grew up in the 90s at the L train, so seeing Jackie's work every day and that connection. So it's just an honor because I feel like that's how I understood public art, through MTA, Subway, through Jackie's work. And I have generations of people who come after me and say, oh my God, that Flushing site, and these are Korean American artists who said, I lived with that. That's my community, that's my commute. So it brings me so much joy to see that it's an intergenerational conversation we're having. And when I thought of the Q train, I said, I may never see this train, but my son will ride the Q, or back then it was the T. So, you know, and I had that firsthand experience where people have reached out. I've chosen these pictures of these New Yorkers from the archive, they're black and white photos, because I was like, there's something so striking about these people I'm seeing in this photograph. And someone reached out more recently who said, I think that's my mother. And it turns out it was her mother and her aunt. And they were just, and I had this fictitious imagination about who they were. I was like, they're like mad like ladies who would go from Queens to Midtown, and they were secretaries and reading their book and commuting every day. Well, they were just visiting New York. And they just got in the photograph, and they got in the archive, and then they got into the subway. So they were not New Yorkers, right? But then her daughter was. And so she lives downtown, and then she said, someone told me to go up there, and then I was like, that really does look like my mother. And then they had a whole reunion, and all intergenerations, the nieces, their children. And so that to me was like, those are the people, right? The future people I didn't imagine.
For me, the story is in Vermont. I was a visiting artist at a residency there, and I was doing a presentation on my work, and I was sharing this work, and later on, one of the artists in residence there approached me with his sister on the phone and was like, this is our station. She travels this station all the time, and we talk about this work, and this is great to meet you in person. I just wanted my sister to also meet you. And I thought that was really beautiful, and how, look at that, you know, something that's so hyper-local and so specific to New York, but it stretches beyond New York, just so you know. So, and that was wonderful that I would have that encounter there.
That's great. Not to like be a Debbie Downer here, but I want to also ask you all, like, in addition to these beautiful stories about the connections that you make through the pieces, like, what were the challenges, or were there any challenges? Because, again, thinking about the time spans of this work, theoretically this is forever, let's hope. That's a big responsibility. And how did you feel? Did you have to make any negotiations with your site? Not necessarily in the making, although we can talk about that too, but thinking about the histories that you're engaging with. Each of you are touching on, deep cultural sensitivities in some ways through each of your projects. And I'm curious how you approach those big responsibilities.
Well, some of it in the making of is that I had 4 levels of a train station that was under construction. And so I was choosing 3 different fabricators and 3 different materials with the same deadlines. So that is like the worst nightmare, because you are essentially doing 4 projects at the same time. But it took, then a pause because Second Avenue station wasn't ready. So we did all this work to finally arrive at these pressured moments, only for it to sit in storage, and wait 7 years until the Second Avenue, all the other stations were ready. So there is this kind of like go, 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 intense time, and then there's the pause. What keeps me going is just that it will be there for a long time. So 7 out of, many, many decades, it's worth it.
For me, I think it was time too, and that was really the challenge. We also experienced COVID, so that slowed things down, of course. And then, there was a renovation of the station, so we're working on that timeline. But in the case for me, time actually worked to our benefit, because what it did was initially this started off being just all black, and then there was once we had some time and we came back after a couple of years, there was an opportunity to add color and do some etching in the surface of the metal panels, and then add the gold in that etched surface. So, and I love the fact that I was able to revisit this work, and there was a flexibility with adding this extra layer to it, because we thought that, it would be appreciated from from afar, because of how many people would be able to see the work. So time actually worked on our side for this.
Just running on the theme of time, I mean, that's exactly kind of what the challenge was. It was more of I think a social emotional challenge, quite frankly. I think the talks, in fact, when I was proposing for the panels, and we did everything through Zoom, this was 2020, we were still in COVID territory, but also my little one had just arrived. So anyone who was on the panel saw a little lump under, right under my, chest that was, I had her in a wrap because that's what kept her asleep so that I could get this interview off and running. But then, so while that's happening, there were other people, other organizations, Percent for Art for one. There was a couple of locations that also were asking me to propose public works. And at that point, everything was on different timelines, so it didn't seem like everything was gonna crash into a single year. Well, after COVID, it kind of did. Like everything kind of just, all the deadlines, everything suddenly lined up. So producing, conceptualizing, pivoting, what have you, was happening kind of all at the same time, which was kind of fun. Now I feel like a little, I'm gonna say bored, but like now that had like you energized to like handle more. But at the time, no, that was quite a lot.
Well, time again. We have time for questions from the audience, so I'll open the floor to anybody, and we can also keep chatting in the meantime. Also, if you have questions for each other or comments for each other, I'm curious. Give the opportunity for anyone to raise their hand and not be shy. Oh, I see one.
And these are, amazing projects, and the budgets are so huge. Do you anticipate commissioning more projects at this scale going forward? Is that an expectation?
Yes. It's funny because I was going to ask my peers that question too, like what did they enjoy about the process? Because for me, this process activates all of the parts of me that, just brings all of those parts to me together. The educator, I'm also worked in art administration, and then, my practice, but my deep love of research, looking for the history that's not visible to the human eye and bringing that forward. And how do I find a way to connect that to as many folks as possible through the material that I use, the story I choose to tell. And there's something about that challenge of trying to make it accessible to as many folks as possible that I just love. And so, yes, if I'm right for this space as well, because that also matters.
I practice in a lot of different realms, so a lot of projects I do are temporal or they're outdoors. So I'd love being able to have that widest range, and I appreciate like our commissioners understand that it's not the consistency, but it's the rigor of one's vision. And so I'm currently like creating a burial sacred site for a tree at Greenwood Cemetery. And it's going to unfold. Of course, they don't expect it to be a permanent work, but I'm like, let's work in nature's time. So it's ever evolving to push institutions to do something they've never done with me at a scale that is really epic, and to honor like trees and honor birds. And so I'm thinking about different commuters. Maybe the MTA should think about not just humans, but other ways in which our work interacts with the elements as well, and not that to be only a challenge, but really a welcomed collaboration. So I am always interested in commissions, but it's not about the size or the money. It's really the specialness of the space. And I could never think of a place like the underground subways or the train stations or the America's earliest rural cemetery, the biggest site in New York. And these are all forgotten stories. They're not epic with a capital A, like a museum. The first show at Museum Modern Art, of course, but that's not really what keeps you going. You're always trying to find a place for yourself and your vision, and I love that there are so many opportunities for that for artists.
The only thing I'll just echo is everything that Siobhan and Jean mentioned is why I'm excited to be invited to do. I would love to do another project, but it's kind of scary. It's a big responsibility, and I take it as seriously as my colleagues do. So some of that, there's a bit of an anxiety, but also that gets you driven. Like it's a weird thing. It's a weird relationship with your inner self that it's scary, but now you want to see if you can do it. Now you want to see if you can meet that expectation. And I feel like with this project and with other projects I've done, there's been that pressure that really has pushed me to think, I always like to find an anchor that I find a connection to around the site. I need to find some personal connection, and it does spiral out to then include the community and the site. And that part takes time, and so that's the scary part, because I don't always know what that anchor is, and that's gonna take maybe more time than I have to produce a project. So yes, excited to do more, but it is always like very serious about what that next move is.
Did anything change for you all, like back in the studio after these projects, either research-wise, aesthetically, ideas that you were thinking about? Did it carry over into anything?
For me, it really is a generative space. So, and I should also mention, we do a lot of public art proposals that don't happen. How many proposals? I have a binder full of proposals, rejections. Thankfully, it doesn't stop me because I think it's conceptually follows my interests. And so I go, well, not this time, but then I'll find another place with that idea. And so whether it's Percent for the Arts or MTA, like things get recycled, and then I go, oh, that's a better project for them, and that's similar what's happened in my challenges with MTA. They rejected me, and I was like, oh. And then I was like, oh, you want me back? But then this kind of idea is, once you accept that, it becomes generative. And so obviously the shards, I was like, I'm responsible for importing these things. They're not trash. They're not, rejected from the process. So I continue to steward them and make new work. And they've translated in prints, embroidery. They're also going to be shown in many different ways. So it's a continuum.
And I think we're close for time, but we'll hopefully all have time to catch up with each other and to hear how it impacted everyone else's work. But thank you so much. Thank you for making these histories visible through your work.
Thank you.
Hello. I think we have one more thing for you, which is me. My name is Matthew Rohr, and this is my poem that is on the subways and Metro North and in stations right now. Maybe you've seen it. Apparently, everyone I've ever crossed paths with has seen it and is emailing me pictures of it, which is wonderful. This is a really great full circle moment for me because about 26 years ago, I worked with the Poetry Society of America that is in collaboration with the MTA. And it was the first time I realized that the MTA is not just the thing that gets you to and from work, but that it has these other beautiful aspects to it. And in fact, there was a man named Neil whose job was to argue with us about poems and which poems should go on the subway. And I thought, wow, who knew the MTA did this? So I'm going to read this to you as a sort of farewell. And then there's one more poem, too, that I'm going to read to you, which is a poem that I think everyone who lives in New York City, whether you are the cook at home like me or not, will appreciate. But this is a poem on the radio. The radio said, rain in the evening, and being trusting and full of life, I led us to a shady hill, and the rain drew inwards to the earth in long white lines. I kneeled beneath a tree, mysterious light welled up from the mud. Somewhere the birds took themselves away. To the gray harbor, someone bottle this and send it to them in the desert in their brown trucks. And this is a poem called The Emperor. She sends me a text. She's coming home. The train emerges from underground. I light the fire under the pot. I pour her a glass of wine. I fold a napkin under a little fork. The wind blows the rain into the windows. The emperor himself is not this happy. Thank you.
Okay, wow. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling pretty good about the next 40 years of public art and MTA Arts and Design. Thank you so much for being here. I want to close with some thank yous. I want to thank Matthew Rohr for closing our program with your beautiful poetry. I want to thank MoMA and especially Diana Simpson for your gracious hospitality. I want to thank all of our panelists for sharing their wisdom, and once again, thank our musical performers for sharing their talent with us. Thank you to the Arts and Design team, especially Bridget Donlin and Yaling Chen for organizing today's event. Thank you to the artists, designers, architects, fabricators, and transit professionals who make the work of MTA Arts and Design possible. And thanks again to you for taking the time to be with us today and to celebrate this milestone. Thank you for caring about what we do. As we end today's celebration, let's go forward in the knowledge that public art is more than decoration. It is a declaration. A declaration that art and beauty belong in our everyday lives, that creativity can thrive in the most unexpected places, and that every rider, every neighborhood, every journey matters. May we continue to build a transit system and a city where art is everywhere and for everyone. Thank you.